Hello YouTube and welcome to Love, Money, Rock and Roll. Yeah. So this game it's a visual novel that's pretty much a dating simulator. I'm not even gonna try and judge. This is a demo for it, by the way. The first the first game that it's made by Soviet Games. I love these games. They're cringy, but 0304 1987. Sakura is Japanese cherry blossom. These falling sakura petals. Does anyone find them beautiful? Does anyone really see a deep meaning in their whirling? Perhaps this interplay of color, the purple velvet against the setting sun, does mesmerize. No doubt back then, I too watched this leaf fall and thought so. I think I'm gonna turn down the volume a little bit. There we go. Perhaps too much time has passed. I have forgotten. I have changed. Only the trees are still the same. They don't care. They came into the world before me, and they outlive my descendants. They don't care how beautiful their falling petals are, how fast they fell, or what angle. It's all the same to them. Why would you bother with such minutia? To them, this is nothing more than a routine change of seasons. To me, though, this is a flood of memories. The tree in front of me now, it's just like the one on that day. The day when I had to do something. The day when it was too late to do anything. It's the same. The same are the petals, too, falling with perfidious indifference. They truly don't care. They don't care if one day a photographer makes an entire exhibition of their images, or if a pair of sweethearts falls to even more deeply in love, enchanted by their ceaseless dance. That's how nature is. It's not how I am. The same as that day, a year earlier. That day the petals were falling off the trees as well. Back then, too, nature is lying down. Not dying, no. But falling asleep. To wake up again, in the spring, the fire of life rekindled. Sitting under the tree, I was remembering all the joy and all the sadness. The girl. Do you really love me? Me. Yes. Truly? Yes. She turned away, while the petals were falling, getting tangled in her hair, and making her look even more beautiful. You know, these cherry petals really suit you. She turned around. She probably didn't feel like it. She probably expected something else. Elegant words, intelligent words. Elegant phrases, intelligent words. Something, but not this. Really? Yes, of course. She smiled. I too must have expected something different. Feelings, confessions as beautiful as the fluttering petals. But at that time, those words were more important to me than anything else. More important than the tree. More important than the moment. More important than life itself. Because I realized that they were like a petal resting in my hand, before it too fell to the ground. So near, so fragile, so precious. Yeah, that's kind of how the game goes. It just doesn't give you any information, just drops you in. 12/6/1987. So December 6th, 1987. I woke up. The fan was humming obnoxiously as ever. Its noise must have been what woke me up. I was sick of it. Of course, it was a necessary evil. The summer heat was relentless, even with the doors open. It was 3 in the morning. The silence was sickening. Dear God, better not hear the blare of police sirens, or the shouts of a tipsy neighbor, or screeching of the cars. Anything but this obnoxious fan. I would have turned it off long ago, but then I would have been certainly cooked alive by the heat. Heck, Russian winters had nothing on Japanese summers. And there's the fan still moving. Boop. With an effort, I got up and went to the kitchen for some water. What were Russian summers like anyway? Yeah, some muffled creaks came from the floorboards under my feet, but the rest of the house, which consisted of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and some pantries, paid no attention to the sole inhabitant. Dang, it really was 3 a.m. I gulped down the water greedily, spilling half over myself. Next morning, I had to go to school. Had to? Who was compelling me? Oh no, I sneezed. I'm sorry. Probably blew out your ears. Lo siento. Maybe I was the one who came up with these stupid duties and responsibilities, straddling myself with the necessity of socializing, and waiting for that useless piece of paper which would attest to my possessing a high school education. I must have invented the word myself, as was my wont. I must have made it alongside with the words I fabricated daily for myself and those I knew, for the whole world. These obligations were nothing but stupid conventions of that world. By a stroke of bad luck, it was the world that most people viewed as the real one. I poured myself another glass of water and returned to bed. The moon shone brightly, animating every speck of dust. Its mournful light, my room looked entirely different, like a portal to another world. A world that was beyond even my imagination. A silver ray lighted on my table, inching it towards a heap of papers, school papers, an unfinished novel, letters. From my mother, from my friends in Russia, and I got up. I put a particular scrap of paper into a drawer. Had it been sitting there for a year? Or why should it have bothered me? Then again, why was it on my table? I should have tossed it long ago. I jumped up, took a step towards the table, and came to a halt. How could I? It's not as if I hadn't tried before. More than once. The phone rang loudly. Very loudly. It was 3 a.m. Who could possibly need to talk to me at this hour? To a dejected high schooler, sunk in contemplation. However, I was used to it. Hello? Hi, you're not asleep? I can't do girl voices. Okay. As you can see, I felt an impulse to hang up and disconnect the phone. But even more, I wish you could be here, close by. How come? How should I know? Probably because you called me. She mumbled something unintelligible. How are things in general? How should they be, in general, at 3 a.m? I don't know. Great? Well, then they're great. I'll quit that. Well, what did you want to hear? I just wanted to call. So you mean it's okay to call at 3 a.m? I saw the light come from your kitchen. I figured you were up. Are you spying on me? No, I was just... The line went silent for a few seconds. She must have been trying to think of something that wouldn't sound too ridiculous. It's just... I couldn't sleep either. Why either? What if I had been sleeping? But you're up now. But you aren't now. Okay, let's start from the beginning. What did you want? I wanted to know. He paused mid-sentence, as if working up the courage, before continuing more confidently. Are you coming to school tomorrow? Suppose I do. Then I'll come by for you in the morning. Now that's just great. It's 3 a.m. And you're gonna come by when? In 3 hours? So we won't be late. You know what? I think I'm gonna take a pass. Hey, you can't keep missing school. At that rate, you won't graduate. And then you won't be able to find a good job. And then... I got entirely tangled up with predictions of my future. Oh well. No biggie. No, that's not well. Leave the door unlocked tomorrow. In the morning. You have the keys. What does it matter if I lock the door? Oh, right. See you in the morning then. See you. I didn't feel like arguing. It would have done no good anyway. She would come and wake me up regardless. That's what she did almost every day. Why did I give her the keys? Well, that was a while back. It must have been about a year. The cherry petals were probably falling on that day as well. But to hell with them. I thought to set an alarm so I could get up before she came. Not that it mattered much, but it was getting old. What's more, I worried that I may become too accustomed to it, seeing that familiar face every morning. Dependent even. Which is something I definitely could not allow to happen. If she wanted to come by in the morning, fine. But she wouldn't be waking me up again. ... 08, 09, 1987. A 100 bells were chiming, with the 100 melodies in my head announcing the morning. In the melody, the cheerful chirping. In that melody was a cheerful chirping of birds, the construction of the neighborhood street, the boisterous shouts of street vendors, as well as that damned fan, which had not quit humming for a second, and the grumpy muttering somewhere close by. The gaze fixed on the gaze of large green eyes and pouting lips, and two red braids all informed me that I had slept in. What time is it? There's animations in this one. What? I'm so excited. Okay, I played the game before this and the game after that. So the game before this, this, what's their name? I want to say Soviet Productions. I'm probably wrong, but there's I'll leave it in the description and all that. The game before was Everlasting Summer. That's such a good game. If you haven't played it, it's a visual novel, and it's like, oh, it's free. So I recommend you play it. I'll actually leave a link to that one. And then there's also A Frosty Kiss. I'm weeping out. I'm sorry. It's such a good thing. Look, she even blinks, and she's like, that's so cool. The girl picked up the alarm and shoved it in my face. But it's still early. I protested. The early bird gets the worm. This was Himitsu. Himitsue. I think. No, I can't say that. Himitsu. I seem to have known her my whole life. Or at least since my parents and I had moved to Japan. Her mother was Russian, although she divorced Himitsu's father when they were still children. We were still children. Okay, enough lounging around. Time to get up, wash up, eat breakfast, and go to school. This is how most of my days started. Though after so many years, I had become accustomed to it. Incidentally, I had forgotten to introduce myself. Nikolai, the high school senior. Nico-kun. Oh god! No! We have a character name this time. Oh my god. Mitsu's voice carried it throughout the entire building. It no longer felt quite so empty and lonely. I quickly got washed and dressed, then came into the kitchen. The house really was too big for one person. In fact, It was probably designed for a multi-generational family. Parents, grandparents, parents, children, and grandchildren. The empty space felt oppressive when my parents were still with me. Now, it just feels like a museum or a library. Who in their right mind would want to live here, especially by themselves? Bon appetit! Same to you. An omelet and several kinds of salads were gracing the table. I picked up a piece of cucumber with my chopsticks and lazily shifting it around the plate. Not hungry? I am, but I can't live off of grass like a rabbit. Look, there's animation. That's so cool. Himitsu cried. Himitsu frowned. So, is instant ramen better in your book? I don't know about better, but it's certainly better tasting than their face. Hey. She puffed her cheeks out comically, which made her look like a cute hamster. I put work into it, you know. K.O. I could say nothing to counter that. I was so concentrated on chewing. What's your plan? What are you planning to do after school today? I don't know. Kyosuke wanted to go to the movies, I think. Were you going to suggest something? She set aside her chopsticks and looked at me intently, like she was going to say something important. Maybe? She started laughing, trying to hide her embarrassment. Never mind, it's not important. Himitsu was in love with me. I had known this for a long time, but did nothing about it. At some point, I had grown accustomed to it, because I no longer knew if she loved me as a brother or as a man. To be perfectly honest, I didn't care one way or another. If you want to go somewhere, I can reschedule the movie. It can do without me tonight. Her face gleamed with an earnest smile. Well, actually, I wanted to check out this one store near the station. It just opened. The girls at school won't stop talking about it. Someone else in my spot might have considered this a date, but I simply enjoyed spending time with Himitsu. Consider it a date, you fool, Nikolai. She seemed too content with this arrangement. You haven't finished your breakfast! Nor did I plan to. I might yet have to eat this grass for lunch as well. Why don't you ever make borscht or dumplings or something? Borscht isn't borscht. I think that's how you pronounce it. Borscht isn't breakfast, and besides, I've made it before. Himitsu took offense. She just looks disgusted with me. She made it before. True, but not the same as I remembered from my childhood. I was not about to tell her that. The one thing not to know how... it's one thing not to know how to do something. One can always learn. It's another to both know and do, yet fail to meet expectations. When that is the case, there is a good chance that one will never learn. You're right. Sorry, your borscht is very good. Borscht. Yeah, borscht. I repeated. Himitsu was glaring at me. Anyone else in her place would have long since emptied the bowl of imaginary borscht onto my head. So, what's the story you're talking about? Yeah, they're so close. She kept fixing at me with a stare. Dresses, sweaters, skirts, clothing, women's clothing. Do you think you maybe should go with one of your girlfriends then? I'm not saying no. It just might be a little awkward. Why? I don't know. It's just the way things are here, you know. And you know how I'm not always great with local customs. I was telling the truth. Anyone else would have long since gotten used to the Japanese way of life, to Japanese traditions and cultural norms, or at least to the ways of local high schoolers. That's... No one is going to think anything. It's not like we are... She's blushing from the thing. Mitsu is now flushed, which was making her upset. I couldn't tell if she was more upset with me or with herself. Sometimes when I talked to Himitsu, and not only her, I would hit a dead end. I no longer knew what was expected of me. Well, the other person couldn't understand why I couldn't get it. I have that issue in real life. Like, I'm not sure if you guys get this, but I'll be having a conversation with people, and then like I won't know what to say next, and then so I'll just say something, and then they'll be like, "Oh, cool," and then it will just be quiet, and I'll just be like, "Okay, what was the point of me saying anything at all?" And then I just go quiet, and I just wait for a response, and then someone else comes in, and then it's like the rest of people are in their own world, and I'm just like stuck out there. No importa, voy a continuar aquí. In the end, the meaning of the conversation would end up buried under an avalanche of misunderstanding. Yep. Which snowballed with every new remark. At such times, it's better to agree or remain silent. Alright, it's fine. No one's going to think anything. Why would they? Exactly, said Himitsu triumphantly. I went to wash the dishes. ... Ooh, Grandma Summer is the Russian equivalent of Indian Summer. I don't know what an Indian Summer is, though. What was the kind of weather? Early in the fall, cold in Russia, a Grandma's Summer? In Japan, at any rate, it was still very hot at the beginning of summer. Himitsu walked beside me, smiling. Occasionally, I glanced at her, trying to figure out what was on her mind. There's dynamic background. Look, like, besides her. That's so cool. Not that I was particularly interested. More likely, I was trying to distract myself from my own thoughts. The image of falling cherry blossoms kept resurfacing in my mind, dragging at painful memories. As for Himitsu, she never broached the subject. She was keen on reopening the wound, or was she just showing tact? Hey, Earth Nico-kun, do you copy? Oh my god, I'm gonna regret this. Huh? What? I clearly had been daydreaming. We're almost here, and you're still sleeping. Himitsu scowled. As always, her displeasure looked more comical than intimidating. I'm not sleeping. I'm just solving the world's problem in my head. That is a good one. Oh, I need to write that down. Oh yeah? What sort of problems? She laughed. The political sort? Not even geopolitical. Who else would solve them if not for your truly? Your grades. Your grades are a little underwhelming for a future politician. That's not important. There's been plenty of great people who didn't have the best grades in school. Take Einstein, for instance. I see. Himitsu smirked. That's a cute smirk. I mean, what? We would have probably kept chit-chatting like this if it weren't for a scuffle happening at that moment at the gate. Several people had surrounded a girl. From the distance, we couldn't see who it was. Look. Himitsu quietly slowed down. I started listening. She probably wears the same skirt all year. It must be a hand-me-down from her older sister. How would a bum like her get admitted into our school? It's not a halfway house. Go work in the fish market. Careful now, you might catch something from her. It's not like we're going to, you know, with her. Hey, you're onto something.
I bet that's how she spends her nights, earning a little side cash. That's disgusting.
I hate people like that. Poor thing. We can actually see our character! I just realized that. Himitsu paused for a second. Isn't she in your class? I looked more closely. She did look familiar. I think so? Are you saying you don't even know who your own classmates are? Of course I do. That's, Nakahita Iwamura. I fixed my hair and looked triumphantly at Himitsu. She was not impressed. In fact, she's our class president. Himitsu looked at me there. Well, what? I've never spoken much with her. And anyway, we've only been together in the same class since the start of the school year. So it's been only 6 months? Meanwhile, the scuffle, if one could call it that, was starting to pick up steam. The girl remained stubbornly silent, only dropping her head lower every minute. This only encouraged the bullies further.
Oh, come on! Who would pay for someone like her? Except maybe a couple of yen.
The speaker had openly shown pulling out a handful and waving them at Iwamura.
That's really getting out of hand, I muttered under my breath.
However, other students walking past pretended not to notice anything.
These damn traditions again. This isn't right.
Nika-kun, don't. Let's just tell a teacher. Himitsu tugs lightly on my sleeve. And what's the teacher going to do? Scold them? My, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? I started to get worked up. If I had to think about it, what business of mine was a fellow classmate? So what? I hadn't exchanged more than a couple of words with her before this day. On the other hand, it was hard to watch a poor girl getting hounded by an entire pack. This is what I mean though, you get to do like intervening and all that. Yeah, let's intervene. Why should I stay on the sidelines? What if were Himitsu were in her place? After all, we were far from the richest kids at this school.
Sorry.
Himitsu only smiled slightly in response. Hey! I yelled the overhead confidently in direction. Leave her alone! At first, they looked at me in surprise. Iwamura, on the other hand, kept staring at the ground and did not react at all. How can you guys pick on her? You have that sort of hair, and then you look like punks. That guy's Mr. Eyebags, and then you just seem as if you're gonna go along with everything.
And who would you be? What business of yours is this? Keep walking.
Their tone was challenging, but only boosted my confidence. 4 against 1. Don't you think that's a bit unfair?
You want some too? Is that it?
The 2 guys in the group stepped forward, cracking their knuckles for emphasis. It would seem that they could do more than talk trash.
And what's the hero gonna do now?
One of them smirked.
Yeah, what?
To tell the truth, I didn't know either. I'd been compelled to stand up for Iwamura by some sort of inflamed sense of justice, no more. Because here you weren't supposed to act this way, and there you're supposed to help your neighbor. But real life isn't a manga or an anime. In real life, I had no superpowers. You're about to find out. I went up really close to one of them, and froze. And what now? The guy staggered back, clearly rattled. Who do you think you are? The same instant, the second guy rushed up to me, clearly intending to shove me in the chest. My reflexes kicked in before I could think. Out swung my arm. It came from the sounds of the assailant's jaw. The world around me seemed to freeze. Iwamura and the other girl, and even the guy whom I had just punched were all staring at me, seemingly transfixed with surprise. But this only lasted an instant.
Do you have any idea who my father is?
One of the girls was shouting. Don't yell! Let's just go, he's some sort of psycho! The other girl was trying to calm down her friend. The second guy helped his splayed pal on the ground.
This isn't over. We'll remember you.
With these words, they quickly headed out away from the school. Mitsu rushed over to me and saying, "Nico-kun, are you alright?" That's a bad voice for her. I won't be able to keep doing that voice. I can't have like a high-pitched, squeaky voice sort of person. Yes, of course, I replied calmly while examining my swollen fist. Wow, you bruised your fist with one punch? Sad. Surprisingly, I wasn't shaking with the adrenaline as much as been expected. Everything must have happened too suddenly. Iwamura-senpai? Oh my god, please no. Cringe. In all the commotion, I had forgotten about the chief culprit of this kerfuffle. She stood silently, purring sullenly at us from her brows. Are you alright? Fighting is prohibited in school grounds, she said quietly. What? A foolish smile spread across my face. I looked over at Himitsu. She was confused as I was. I'm saying that there was no call for getting into a fight. In case you hadn't noticed, I was kinda defending you. It would have left in the end. Uemura went silent for a second, then looked at me. Her eyes flashed, but just as quickly, her indifferent demeanor returned. They always leave. Regardless, you should at least say thank you. It's a common courtesy. I was even more upset now than a minute before. And not only here, but in the whole wide world. Iwamura merely raised her chin, snorted, and quickly made her way towards the school gate. That's just unreal. I told you not to get involved, Mitsu said quietly. But you acted like a real hero. Some hero, huh? But where have you seen heroes like this in movies? The heroes get thanked for the rescue. But you didn't do it for the sake of gratitude, did you? Mitsu kept smiling, which made me flustered. We'll see what sort of gratitude awaits me from the teachers, I grumbled. Come on, let's go. I like the music. Another routine school day had now begun. I couldn't remember Russian school at all. Like, even though I attended it for 6 months. But for some reason, it seemed to me that schools were more or less the same everywhere else around the world, as were people. Really, how many ways could there be to get stuff back into a kid's noggin? If Marconi and Popov could, independently of each other, invent the radio, why couldn't identical best practices emerge in education at opposite ends of the earth? A shout from the teacher snapped me out of these thoughts. Whatever school was like in Russia, school here was pretty strict. There was a reason, after all, why this is one of the best schools in the country. My class consisted largely of children from the rich and famous, businessmen, politicians, showbiz stars. Sometimes I felt out of place here. But then, even among the elite, there were people who seemed almost ordinary. One such person, Kyosuke, came up to me during the break. Look at him, he's so squishy looking, but I had known Kyosuke since middle school. He came across as a down-to-earth guy, with none of the attitude of the local privileged youth. Hey Nick, did you hear what happened this morning? I looked around the classroom and spotted one of the girls that had been harassing Iwamura. She gave me a mean look, but then quickly went back to what she was doing. Whatever. No, what happened? I asked even though I knew perfectly well what Kyosuke was referring to. This morning at the school gate. Kyosuke lowered his voice.
There was a brawl.
Some words to choose. So couldn't they have thought of a better one? I did more than just witness it. What are you saying? You mean? His eyes lit up. He leaned towards me and continued with a rapid-fire Are you that guy, the one that punched Kurosaki from Class B? Somehow I neglected to ask his name. I answered proudly and immediately winced. There's nothing to be proud of here. Violence is not the answer. All the time. But everyone was going to gossip about the dangerous bully I was, and no one was going to remember that I actually saved a poor girl from harassment. Don't think anything bad. I was just defending. My eyes were scouring the room in search of Iwamura. I was defending, but she wasn't even here. Was I really looking for her for proof of my heroic deed? For confirmation that I was not merely a troublemaker? Well, anyway, I was defending a girl. A girl? Who? Kyosuke squinted. I don't know who she is, but what difference does it make? It was a natural reaction, you know. Anyone in my place. I looked up at Kyosuke. Any decent person would have done the same. He smiled. Look at that smile. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Don't forget to introduce me to this mystery girl of yours. Good job, Kyosuke. He seemed to want to add something, but at the moment the school bell rang. He didn't know that the girl was Iwamura. She had it pretty rough as it was. Then again, maybe part of the blame lay with her. The next lesson was contemporary Japanese. I had lived in Japan for 10 years and spoke the language fluently, but of course, writing still gives me grief at times. Writing always gives me grief, even in English. When the break arrived, I rushed out of the classroom to avoid the continuation of conversation about the morning introduced. Kyosuke could be fairly pushy and persistent, but he did not lack it in tact, so I was probably being overly cautious. English was next. It came much more easily to me. I spent the better part of the lesson gazing out at the sports ground where the soccer match was taking place. Soon, my thoughts took me far from school, to the day where the cherry petals were falling. Fall was there. That meant the trees would be shedding their foliage again. The color palette might be different this time, but would my feelings remain the same? A couple weeks more, a month at most, and I would know. The bell recalled me back to reality, and my stomach started grumbling noisily. Have you not eaten breakfast today? Let's make a cafeteria run, bro. You're always ready to chow down. Where's the whole body? Where there's a whole body, there's a whole mind. A whole body, yeah, a whole lot of body, more like it. Oh, I see what they're trying to do. One sec. Settings, let's go here. Ooh, let's go settings. The music is really loud, so I'm gonna just turn it down slightly. I think that's fine. At least to me, I don't know for sure. I was, however, really hungry and didn't want to wait till lunch. Okay, what did he say before? Okay, so the joke that they were trying to make is a full body is a full mind. But, yeah, it's cool. I'm gonna alt-tab real quick just to make sure it's still recording. Cool. I don't know how long I've been recording. Oh. You guys have just been hearing me being loud the entire time. I could have changed the audio a bit more. Lo siento, désolé. Probably could have made it a lot better. I was, however, really hungry. I didn't want to wait until lunch. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna probably split this video right in half, by the way. I just want to keep going. The memory of Himitsu's healthy, balanced breakfast was still fresh in mind. I wanted to eat something unhealthy but delicious. Sadly, food poisoning was not on the menu, but the cafeteria, like everything else at this school, was first rate. I couldn't tell you if the food here was on par with the fare served at the world's top restaurants, as I hadn't eaten there. But on the whole, I had no complaints. Besides, the menu had many European options. No borscht among them, of course. Of course. We entered the cafeteria. Kyosuke was babbling about some new magical girl anime. Oh, have you guys heard about, what's it called? I'm trying to think of a magical girl anime off the top of my head that's new. Oh, it's called Sailor Moon. Have you guys ever heard of that? I'm kidding. Sailor Moon's a good one though. It's not new though. It's super good though. Don't judge me, I'm cringy. Though on the scale of enthusiasm, I was far from Kyosuke as a Tokyo was from Moscow. Suddenly, bam! Suddenly, something had jabbed me in the side. Not hard, but hard enough to be felt. On top of that, I was now covered in liquid. A girl holding a tray popped up from behind. I was dripping with orange juice, and she gazed in bewilderment on the fruits of her labor. Hey, be careful. They did a good job making him actually have eyes, like Nikolai. In the first game that Soviet Games made, I think that's what they're called, they made it so your eyes weren't there. But they made this more of a character rather than like you were supposed to fully embody it. I like it though. She did not react anyway. She just kept looking at me in surprise. She seemed to recover. It's you! You should watch where you go! What? I was so taken back I smiled like an idiot and even retreated a step. Meanwhile, the girl scowled and glared at me. I said watch where you go instead of sleepwalking. You were actually the one who bumped into me. Why would I bump into you? I was lost for an answer. The girl kept talking nonsense, but she was doing it so confidently I couldn't help but question my own judgment. And why would I? How should I know? You're the one that bumped into me. Alright, you've convinced me. I won't do it again. I snapped back and prepared to leave. Wait, she said quietly. You're, well, all wet. I looked myself over. Not the prettiest of pictures, to be sure. What do you suggest? A joint trip to the shower? Me? How could you even think such? And the surprising confusion on her face gave me place to indignation. Here was an insulted, humiliated victim, and I was the culprit, naturally. Okay, just forget it. Everything's fine. Wait. Her tone kept changing faster than the weather in the tropics. Here, take this. She handed me a handkerchief. I accepted it without any argument. I was about to thank her when she snorted and turned it on her heels and left it to join her girlfriends at the far end of the cafeteria. What a strange girl. Nick, you, started Kyosuke when I sat down at our table. He was flaring at the nostrils and gasping, like a fish out of water. Do you know who that was? No. Who? That was Ellie-sama. Oh my god, please. No. We have Chan Senpai. Oh god, and now we have Sama. Please, no. He looked probing me as expecting me to exclaim, "Oh, Ellie-sama, that very one?" Sama who? I inquired coolly. How do you not know? And you want people to believe you're a student here? I don't want that. That's just what the papers say. Only you paid more attention to what goes on around you. Yes, Kyosuke, what would I do without you? I totally pay attention to everything that goes around me. See? This is what everything does. Over my head. Alright, enough suspense already. Just tell me. He was clearly chomping at the bit. Kyosuke repositioned himself more confidently on his chair, assumed a serious look and began. Ellie-sama. She's the school's queen. She has perfect grades, she's great at sports, she's won awards at the national, no, not even international level. Not the interplanetary. Yeah, what a relief. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. Not the interplanetary. What a relief. Anyone would consider it an honor to be acquainted with her. To have her drink spilled on you? Is that what you meant? Kyosuke ignored me and carried on. I would give up my entire manga collection, rather start up a conversation with me. Your entire collection? Okay, half. I squinted. Fine. A third. Alright, I get it. I should expect the police to show up at my door and await sentence. Death by critical glares. Except, hold on, I'm completely innocent. Plot twist. I don't get it at all. Kyosuke sighed. Then again, maybe you should expect the police. After all, her grandfather is the chairman of the school board of directors. Aha, so got it. We slide into the DMs there and we get out of trouble for everything. Perfect plan, guys. Perfect plan. What am I supposed to do now? Keep apologizing to her? But she was the one who bumped into me and spilled her drink all over me. He sighed again, returning to eating. Do you not care for me, but care more about food? I turned slowly and looked in the direction of the school queen. Judging by the lively conversation and laughter from her table, Ellie-sama had already forgotten all about the incident the lowly serf. English. Por favor, no quiero. The juice dried pretty quickly, leaving behind noticeably yellow stains on a white shirt. That's so cool though. Like this is a really nice feature, like what they have. So if you miss something, instead of having to go back like a million times in the conversation to catch up, now you can actually like read everything and make sure. That's a really nice feature that they've added. I don't know what this is. And you can just take a... that's so good. Like, look at the detail that they put. I didn't really care about my appearance, and the school had its standards, which didn't take kindly to sloppiness. So I had to change into a jersey and track jacket. After another uneventful lesson, it was time for a long break. Which meant that it was time for lunch. Had I agreed to meet Himitsu for lunch? Couldn't remember. Did I? Oh no. Guys, did we agree? Anyone remember? Praise the sun. It's nighttime. Yeah, I'm just recording right now for a long time. I don't know how long I'm gonna be recording. Go for a stroll. Going to Himitsu for lunch. Well, I don't eat lunch with people, so go for a stroll. One thing was certain, I could not stay in the classroom. Actually, I just didn't want to listen to Kyosuke's empty chatter for another half hour. More stories about anime, manga, and school gossip. Hey, Nikolai? Let's not discredit anime and manga quite yet. Because, you know, there's quite a few good ones right now. I'm going on to my Crunchyroll list. Yes, I have Crunchyroll, I know. Let's see, what are some good ones at the moment? There's That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. There's Sword Art Online. Season 3. Just Season 3. Forget all the rest of them. Except for maybe first half of Season 1, and then second half of Season 2. Those ones are decent. Ignore the middle. The middle's bad. Let's see. Goblin Slayer, but that's an acquired taste. You won't like the first episode if you feel oh no, I don't know what that one is. Oh, and then Rascal Does Not Dream and Running Girls and that's a good one. It doesn't anyway, every day there were new stories, but they were pointless. Not that I didn't like Kyosuke, he was a good friend, but I doubted that he could be of much assistance when my mind was occupied by something altogether different than magical girls. I wasn't going to lunch with Himitsu, but I told Kyosuke otherwise. Smart. I probably should have gone with her, honestly. But, I don't eat lunch with people. So, The halls and schoolyard were all crowded with students. That's when it dawned on me. The roof. The roof was not the most popular spot at school. Curious to know why? I quickly stopped by the snack bar and picked up some rolls and a bottle of milk. I really hope I didn't promise her that I was gonna, The door hinges were in need of lubrication screeched awfully as a powerful gust of wind welcomed me to the roof. I was forced to take a step back and grab the stair railing to steady myself. I found myself on the roof. The bright sun was blinding me. At least there was no one here. Or was there? On the far end of the roof, a girl was sitting on a bench and eating bento. Bento is oh, that's cool. It's a homemade lunch. It was Iwamura. She was gazing out into the distance, towards the horizon, looking dreamy. Looking dreamy. That might be looking dreamily. That would be more consistent, unless I'm thinking that she looks dreamy. In which case, she's looking dreamy. I hesitated to approach her, remembering the morning incident. What was I going to say to her? The roof appeared too small for both of us at the moment. On the other hand, I looked surprised just standing there. If I turned around now, she would think that I chickened out. What was there to be afraid of anyway? I approached her slowly and stood nearby. Reluctantly, Iwamura gave me her attention. Apparently, he had been aware of my presence all along. So I'd done the right thing. I remember how she behaved in the morning, after a tussle with the bullies. And after that, I was supposed to feel awkward in front of her? Feel guilty? Can I sit down here? Iwamura shrugged her shoulders and scooted over a little to one side of the bench. I sat down, opened the lunch bag containing my simple lunch, and glanced furtively at Iwamura's bento. It seemed as good as Himitsu's. If Iwamura really was poor, it stood to reason that she knew how to cook. You know, I felt awkward around her, which was really bugging me. What? If I spoke my mind now, was I going to encounter the same reaction as earlier? I was wondering, why were those jerks after you this morning? Why do you care? How about because I took direct part in that incident? Had police been there, I would have gone into the books as an accomplice. They're always harassing me. What, just because? For no reason at all? You wouldn't understand. Maybe she was right. I'd never been bullied. I don't know the full story, obviously, but it seems to me that nothing happens without a reason. Everyone has their own reasons. Iwamura said cryptically. But there was laws. I don't know. It isn't right. Laws? She pulled away from her bento, turned it towards me and looked at me severely. Laws exist for other people, not for people like them. Silence said it all. There was no comeback. Or for people like you. Did I remind you that I was the one who saved you would have sounded inappropriate? I was the one who helped you. She said nothing back and resumed eating. You could have at least said thanks. Thanks, Iwamura said quietly. Now we're getting somewhere. She slammed her lunchbox closed and got up briskly from the bench. Thanks again. Enjoy your meal. She snapped back without so much looking at me and then laughed. Right. See you later, I muttered to myself, quickly finished my lunch and left for class. Kyosuke was waiting for me, grinning from ear to ear. So, how was the lunch with Himitsu-chan? Fine. Where is he going with this? Oh, really? So that was some other Himitsu with who came looking for you literally 5 minutes ago. Oh shit. I got in a lie, but it's too late. Didn't know she had a twin sister. Didn't you know she had a twin sister? Her name is Shinjitsu. Yeah, sure. I swear, Himitsu is the good one. Shinjitsu is the old one. Or the other way around. You got very lucky, by the way. Because she has a superpower that is sucking the souls out of back excessively curious otaku. Whatever, man. Kyosuke, I love you, but no. Oh my god. It looks like the guy from High School of the Dead, by the way. And I mean that as a compliment, because he seems like a good guy. And like, High School of the Dead, don't watch. It's plot-wise, good anime. I don't think it needed the fan service to be as good as it was. Like, there's a bunch of fan service in that anime, and I don't think that it needed it. Also, I'm gonna drink some Gatorade, because clearly, this is a sponsored video by Gatorade. Get your Gatorade today. Get your Gatorade today. Clearly sponsored by Gatorade. Nah. Also, fun fact. Apparently, the amount of Gatorade in like one bottle, right? In one of these, it's too concentrated. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to pour out half, fill it the other half with water, and then it will be better. Because apparently that's too much. And it's not dangerous for your health, but it's it can affect like your energy levels and your boots and all that. And I'm just saying things. Yeah. School day was coming to a close. Worn out, students had started counting off their minutes, but there was still one more class to go. Himitsu stopped in during break to remind me we had agreed to go shopping after Clue. I didn't clue in right away. The instructor was trying unsuccessfully to call the class attention, but most of the students were ignoring him. I made up a word. True, many of the students at the school were genuinely invested in their education and keen to learn. But the good half were knuckleheads who sat through lessons only for the sake of the prestigious diploma. Why worry about such trivialities such as grades and write-ups when your whole life was planned out for you decades in advance? Settle down, the teacher kept repeating. Regrettably, he could not yell at them. Alright, if you don't calm down, you're not going to find out that we have a new girl joining us today. Instantly, the class plunged into silence, broken only by a few whispers. A new student. The middle of the year. Is she cute, I wonder? I wasn't particularly excited, but I had grown accustomed to the constant hubbub, and I couldn't care less if the class gained another student, since I didn't know the existing ones very well to begin with. Come in. A subdued murmur rippled throughout the classroom. I felt too lazy to even lift my head. But then, I felt a strong shove in my back. Hey! I turned around and looked at Kyosuke. He sat there, mouth ajar. Goodness, who could this new person be if to overindulge kids were reacting this way? I faced the blackboard. The classroom was a whirlwind of scarlet cherry petals. Did anyone find this beautiful? But how? Why? I think that's gonna be the... Oh, no. The girl from my visions, this visitor from the past, was standing a mere 6 feet from me. We don't get involved with her. Guys, if there's someone from the past, it's better just forget about them and try and move on with your life, because you'll just end up getting, like, upset. Well, go ahead, introduce yourself. My name is Catherine Winters. Actually, I know a few people here already. She quickly surveyed the classroom, without pausing on anyone in particular. I look forward to studying with you. She deliberately distorted the standard Japanese greeting. Catherine Winters. So official. She had always been just Katya to me. The one with whom I had watched the leaf fall. Then she moved away. She just left without giving a reason. She left me alone, breaking my heart and shattering my dreams. I should have been mad. I should have hated her even more, but I couldn't. Gosh, how corny was that? How nauseating hackneyed. It was as if I had become trapped in a second-rate shoujo manga. But now she needed glittering sparkles on her face and wispy clouds in the background. That I would wait for it. It was nothing I wasn't used to. I rubbed my eyes and pinched myself hard. Nope, not a dream. Hey Nick, why is she back? Do you know something? Why haven't you said anything? Kyosuke was prattling annoyingly at my back. My world seemed to contract in a dark tunnel with me at one end, immersed in total darkness, and her at the other, bathed in light. Except, what was waiting for me on the other end? Truly, no paradise. Meanwhile, the teacher showed Catherine to her seat. She walked past me without so much of it as a glance. I was at a loss for words. Was I to jump up in the middle of the lesson and scream, "What are you doing here?" My classmates' initial astonishment faded away in the meantime. Many, in fact, no, but Catherine because she was a student at the school before. The rest probably hadn't expected to see a foreigner after all, but there weren't that many of them even at our school. I doubted if they considered me a foreigner. That is, if they were aware of my existence at all. ... I met Katya in my first year of high school. Somehow we ended up dating. She and I, rather incredible. Her mother had been working in Japan for some time, same as my parents. Time passed, and everything was going well. One day, Katya told me we could no longer be together. Something about her mother being transferred. I might have accepted this story. I might have forgiven and forgotten. But did it not even pain her little? Was I a work colleague whom she could simply wave goodbye to, as one did transferring offices? Why could we have an office farewell party? I would have stocked up on gifts. I'm sorry. Goodbye now. Cold, hollow, everyday words. And after all that, you're just going to show up in my class? Nice to meet you. I look forward to studying with you. Seriously? Yeah, was there not another school in all of goddamn Tokyo? I couldn't believe it. But at the same time, somewhere deep inside, an ember of hope remained. What if she came back because of me? And that's the reason she's here right now. Right, hope springs eternal. As if. I was watching the seconds go by slowly on the clock. Talk to her. I must talk to her. The bell at last. I worked up the courage and floated right past me, heading for the door. Had I been too slow? Too indecisive? What difference did it make now? Hey, Nick, are you asleep or what? Yosuke's words seemed to come from somewhere afar, as if another world. But what was I going to say to her? Hi, long time no see, how are things? Anyway, why hadn't she gone up to me first? Was she scared? Shy? Nonsense, that's not like Katya at all. She must not have wanted to talk. I knew her too well. Kyosuke was shaking me frantically and muttering something, but I was ignoring him. Nico-kun. A new voice. Nico-kun. Mitsu. Hey, now there's two of them. I lifted my eyes and looked somewhere past her. Urta Nico-kun, do you read me? I snapped back to reality. Yeah, what is it? You've forgotten again, haven't you? She was pouting comically. I knew it, so I decided to come fetch you. What did you want with me? Fetch me? What for? Oh yes, we made some kind of plans. What did that matter now? Catherine left, and she was moving further away every passing second. Perhaps the difference between us far greater than the miles of the Pacific Ocean. But I had no idea what I was going to say to her. I had long been secretly hoping to get over her, let it go, move on with my life. Then now this. Regardless, I had to make a decision. If I were going to run after her, I had to get going. Okay, my personal belief, if she doesn't want to talk to you, you should not talk to her, because you will not gain anything from talking to someone who will just crush you. But he might need it. That's the thing. I'm like, do nothing. Let your friends take care of you, because that's more important. How much longer was I going to let this continue? A surgeon had to exercise with the rotting flesh to prevent disease from spreading to the rest of the body. Since we were classmates now, I was bound to find out eventually why she'd come back. Of course I remember. I said confidently. Stood up. Himitsu took Himitsu by hand and headed for the door. Wait, what about... I turned and gave the Kiyosuke a glare so furious that he shut up immediately. Oh my god. I'm just gonna make sure I'm still recording. Anger, resentment, longing, all these emotions intermingled within me. I was walking down the hall, oblivious to the world around me. You know what I hope? I hope she is not outside waiting. I feel like she might be. I stopped only when we reached the lockers. I looked around the schoolyard. What if she was still here? Nikogen? Mitsu ventured timidly. What? Snapped back. Turned around, realizing I was still holding her hand. Sorry. I let go of her hand. Did something happen? Don't say it didn't. I can see something's wrong. Yosuke's-san looked agitated too. Yosuke? I snickered. The only thing he'd likely to agitate him is some unrealistically shaped anime girl. Look in Himitsu's large eyes did not change. I mean, that he was telling me about another anime, and you know, the one that magical girls, they show you at 6. You must have seen it. Why was I lying to her? Why was I lying now? I had to know. I couldn't hide Catherine forever. Sooner or later, Himitsu was going to run into her at school. Or worse yet, Catherine would show up at our house. They didn't know each other after all. Anyway, it's nothing. Let's go to your store. Where did you say it was again? By the station? Himitsu wasn't going to interrogate me. It wasn't in her nature. Guess what? So the teacher asked me, Reikun today. Why did man first land on the moon? And you know what he said? 2079. I couldn't believe it. And then during PE, Mitsu carried on as if nothing had happened. Maybe nothing did. Where was she? She was concerned. From the outside, the store looked rather humdrum. Perhaps it was the good pricing that drew girls. By the standards of our school, Himitsu's family was not terribly wealthy, but her father worked for the government, so they weren't poor either. We went inside. We don't look bad. Himitsu was trying on one outfit after another. How do you like it? It's fine. How do you like this one? I think its color will be in fashion this winter. It's fine. What do you think of this dress? A little discontent starting to seep into her voice. I like the last one better. If only I knew what she tried on before. I was in no mood for a fashion show. To me, Mitsu looked good in any outfit. Why did she need all this stuff? Did she not have good enough clothes? Really, why? I had known Himitsu for a long time. I couldn't recall her ever being in a relationship. But she was no longer a child. She was now a beautiful young woman. It was high time for her to get a boyfriend. Hold on, was I feeling jealous? No, of course not. Anyway, if she found someone, I would have been the first to hear about it. I think the main thing is you like it. But I like a lot of them. I like this one, and this one. And this one, not so much. Mitsu was shuffling the clothes. What had she done to deserve this treatment from me? Catherine is back. I said it trying to be casual. What? She seemed not to have grasped what I said. She showed up in class right before the last lesson. I guess we're going to be classmates now. Really? Himitsu turned drastically gloomy and dropped the dress that she liked so much. See, you're not too happy. I'm happy. I just thought she moved away permanently. Well, that's what I thought too. And what's she planning to do now? What do you mean? I mean, Himitsu was hurriedly patting the clothes back on the rack. She's been gone for so long, you're seniors already. You know, honestly, I haven't made an inquiry into her life plans. Hell, I hadn't even talked to her. What about you? Are you glad, Nico-kun? She cried gently. It's not so straightforward for me. What's to be glad about? You know full well what happened last year. Yeah. But that's in the past now. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm sure she has her reasons. At least, I was no longer lying to Himitsu. True. I didn't tell her everything that was in my heart. But what would that have achieved? In the end, this was between me and Catherine. Are you not going to buy anything? You paused to think. No. Everything's very expensive here. I'm almost out of allowance for the month. But it's only the 7th! I exclaimed. Well, let me make you a present then. The white-yellow dress, it looked good on you. What didn't? Mitsu countered unexpectedly. I look fat in it. You. Look fat. I laughed loudly, drawing wary looks from the store clerks and to other shoppers. See? This is why I didn't want to come, I whispered. The Himitsu just smiled and said nothing back. I feel like this would be so good, like fully animated, like just I love everything about it. Like the entire mood and atmosphere that they've been grasping, it just like it draws you in. Like I don't want to stop recording. I'm gonna probably upload all of this all at once. Hate myself for it because it's gonna take like 2 hours or something tomorrow at the coffee shop while I'm trying to upload it. And I'm gonna want more because I honestly love it. Like oh, it's so good. Like We hardly talked on the way home. I felt awkward. Now would have been a great time to hear the stories about Reikun or Saya-chan, who couldn't hit a volleyball over the net. And the fact that, like, Nikolai is, like, listening, but he's pretending like... Oh. Hey, don't feel bad because of Katya. I feel fine. Come on, I see it, don't worry. I'll be alright. Enough time has passed. The important thing is you believe that yourself. I do believe it. It's just that it's a bit unexpected. You know how she is. She comes in uninvited. She leaves without saying goodbye. Always self-centered. I smiled involuntarily. A fake plastered smile covers my face. Mitsu noticed and grew even sadder. Thankfully, we neared the house. Well, I'll be off. See you tomorrow? See. She. Now we made her. We should have eaten lunch with her! Oh my god! Oh, I already feel regret. I wanted to say something else, but instead I merely watched as she walked through the gate. I spent the rest of the day trying futilely not to think about Catherine. At this pace, I could really go crazy. Every 5 minutes, the phone rang. I didn't pick it up because I knew it was Kyosuke. Who else would be calling me? When it came to Crazy Otaku, I was lucky he wasn't pounding at my door. In the end, I simply unplugged the phone. I tried to keep myself distracted with TV and video games, but these got boring quickly. I even did some homework for a change. Did the bass for a bit, fixed myself a simple dinner. Needless to say, I would rather have eaten Himitsu's cooking. But she must have been busy. Not that Himitsu was under any obligation to make meals for me on a daily basis, but I just got used to it. Now that I was thinking about it, I realized that habits had become an integral part of my life, to the point where they started to take center stage in it. Catherine's reappearance is now threatening to throw everything off balance. It was as if I'd grown senile and flabby in the past year and a half, to the point where I craved stability above all. On the other hand, why did I need to put this upheaval in my life? It was nothing good to... if nothing good was going to come of it anyway. Suddenly, doorbell rang. I swear to God, if it's freaking Catherine. It was probably Himitsu. But at this hour, I slowly made my way towards the door. But halfway, a thought struck me. Why would Himitsu need to use the doorbell? Then it had to be Kyosuke. Although it's definitely late for him. The evening routine of my well-fed friend is anime and to bed. But whatever. It's gonna be freaking Catherine. However, there's nobody at the door at all. I looked around and walked outside, but the street was empty. Stupid pranksters. Yet, someone had definitely been there, since there was a note on the doorstep, which I discovered on my way back. Note read, Nikolai-san, be careful, you are in grave danger. Certain very powerful people linked to your father are after you. This is not a prank or a hoax. Yeah, sure. I suppose next, I should have expected to find a busty magical girl in my living room, ready to perform my every command. Kyosuke! I shouted. This is not very funny. Why bring my dad into this? My parents. The incident. They fled the Soviet Union when I was 7. In Japan, they worked as regular engineers at Kyobayashi Corporation. After they passed, the only option going back to USSR to live with my relatives, but I ended up staying, seeing that I'd lived in Japan for most of my life. My father's friends helped me take care of legal formalities, while his bank account kept me from starving. Kyosuke? I called out a little less confidently this time. The only reply I got was from a neighbor, who barked something about being nighttime and my yelling. Maybe it wasn't Kyosuke. But then who? If the letter was a joke, its authors had failed to deliver the punchline. And what if there was a simpler explanation? What if it was for real? I twiddled the note in my fingers. It was an ordinary piece of notebook paper, carefully clipped. The words were Japanese, written with a steady hand, although the spelling left something to be desired. Why write it by hand at all, I wondered. Wouldn't it be simpler to type? Or to pinch or in a pinch to clip words of a newspaper and assemble the note, like in those cheesy crime shows. At any rate, I keep thinking that, like, oh, the lights are changing in the sun. I'm getting distracted. If you notice, like right here, like the lights are like shining brighter. At any rate, Kyosuke couldn't be ruled out. I would have recognized his strength. You're in grave danger, linked to your father. What if it was those punks? Just because their parents were low didn't necessarily mean that those brats had A's in Japanese. Or perhaps Ellie-sama's servants? had decided to take revenge upon the cafeteria incident, though that was ridiculous. Who would ultimately want something as simple as Japanese student? And why now of all times? Right on the heels of Catherine's return too. To be honest, I couldn't remember how good Catherine's Japanese grades were. I couldn't remember her handwriting either, but I knew she spent considerably less time in Japan than I did. Catherine had been a decent, but not straight A student after a year and a half without practice. At any rate, she was the prime suspect now. It didn't occur to me to ask, what for? Her motives stopped making sense to me a long time before this. Either way, I had to try and find some answers at school the next day. But now, it was time for bed. If I hadn't felt so worn out at the end of the day in a long time, the sleep didn't come. I kept tossing and turning. I was getting mad at myself for it. Meanwhile, the clock ticked past midnight. I flinched and my ears perked up. Perhaps I had imagined it. Not again. I hopped out of bed, my eyes scanning the room for anything I could use for self-defense. Space wouldn't do. I walked up to the door on stiff legs and asked in a shaky voice, "Who is it?" "Nika-kun." I breathed a sigh of relief and opened up the door. "Do you know what time it is? Sorry, but your phone was off. So is there a reason to turn up in the dead of night?" "No, but I tried calling several times. I wanted to know if you were going to school tomorrow." "You're so concerned about my attendance. What? You shouldn't wake me up in the middle of the night." "I'm sorry." I suddenly felt bad. Himitsu was just being herself and I was taking my problems out on her. She wasn't the only one. She wasn't the one who had brought Catherine back or left a note. No, it's me. I should be apologizing. It's been an awful day. I mean, it's been a tough day, very filled, and I was already asleep. Trying to sleep at any rate. Okay, I'll be going then. Good night. I shut the door behind her and returned to bed. If today was tough, what would tomorrow be like? Swear to God, if the demo ends here. Okay, thank God it hasn't yet. Yet. Possibly. Yes. 100 bells were chiming with the 100 melodies in my head, announcing the morning. The melody, cheerful chirping birds, street vendors, and goddamn close by. This is the same as the day before. The fixed eyes, the large green eyes, the pouting lips, the 2 red braids. Hold on! This had already happened before. I jumped out of bed, stared in bewilderment at Himitsu, and blurted out, "What's the day today?" "Tuesday," she replied, frightened. "What's wrong?" "Tuesday." "Huh? Alright, then. Let it be Tuesday." I scanned the room meticulously. Oh, the open notebook where I tried to do that was in the same spot. This meant that everything was fine. It occurred to me that the new day hadn't arrived. What do you mean? Well, like, when you wake up, and today is still yesterday, as in it's fine novel. I had the same reaction, Nikolai. Same reaction. You read too many of them. Mitsu laughed. Things did seem to be running their normal course, except I am now aware of the peculiar smell. I sniffed the air. Is that? Yes, I prepared it ahead of time. A big pot of borscht sat on the stove. Good lord, but why? Didn't you ask for it yesterday? No, I didn't. I mentioned it in passing. It was a joke. Well, you know what? Said menacingly. You're gonna have to eat this joke now. Soup for breakfast. Now that was quite unorthodox. Mitsu had outdone herself this time. I suppose yesterday I'd let it drop, I'd let drop something about Fuegera and a 1978 Chateau Margaux, but they'd be waiting for me now. And in any case, the borscht tasted quite good. I have no idea what you're talking about before. Granted, it wasn't exactly a traditional recipe. Well? Himitsu was sitting across from me, looking at me intently. Why aren't you eating? I'm waiting to hear what you think. Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's delicious. Really? Oh my god, I hate the wrong words. Really? She didn't believe me. Yes, really. Yeah, why should it be otherwise? Himitsu tried the borscht. Okay, it is good. Now, don't you dare complain about my cooking again. When did I ever complain? You just didn't get my humor. I do get it. Something... just some lighthearted banter it seemed, but Himitsu did not look her usual self. Every so often, a shadow of sadness passed over her face. Did something happen? No, what about you? What about me? That moment, the events of a previous day flashed before my eyes. The surprise awakening, the borscht made me temporarily forget about Catherine and the note. Kyosuke must have already told Himitsu everything. Everything's fine, just a bit unexpected. Don't worry, I'll be alright. Good. If you say so. She smiled. Let's go, or we'll be late for school. I have no idea how long I've been recording. I'm just happy about recording. We exchanged only a few words on the way. Yeah, however, somehow, we couldn't find a suitable subject for conversation. I didn't want to tell Himitsu about the note just yet. We probably hadn't had anything happen to her over the night that was worth sharing. Sure, we could have talked about some random stuff, but that wasn't my thing. Finally, we reached the school. No incidents today, I hope. I snickered. Alright, see you. Don't sleep in class. Himitsu smiled before heading to her classroom. Okay, now I had to think of a way to snatch Catherine's notebook without anyone noticing. Boy, no, bad idea. I hope she's written something in it perfectly in Japanese. Walking down the halls, lost in thought when someone called my name. Principal. Anokin Nekun.
Put it there.
The principal, what was his name? Yes, Kiyama sensei, what is it?
Follow me to my office, please.
But the class is about to start. I protested as these kinds of conversations were something new to me.
It won't take long. A wiry
old man in his 70s, or perhaps even older, Kiyama sensei was always cloyingly polite and cold. On top of that, he dressed and carried himself in a strictly European manner. I mean, the color might say it. I had always been astounded by the Japanese who exhibited such obsequious devotion to Western culture and their way of life. I could think of any number of things on this subject along the lines of to thine own self be true. Though here, this had become something of a tradition in its own right. This was, after all, an elite school. What is the issue exactly?
Anokin-kun, please come.
Well, naturally, he wasn't gonna reprimand me in the hall, in the view of the whole school, was he? I went into his office, but someone was already there. Huh. Well, if it's Ojo-sama herself. Standing next to the principal's desk was, in fact, Ellie-sama. The board from... Wait, what was my voice for? The board from yesterday. Yeah, she seemed equally surprised to see me here. Yesterday's cafeteria incident came back to me in vivid detail. The madam did give me her handkerchief in the end, to wipe myself. I tossed it in the dirty laundry at the house. Oops, I needed to return it. Let me guess. Are you a frequent visitor here? she asked me sarcastically. Well, I certainly did not expect to see myself groveling at your Grace's feet today.
That will be all, Kobayashi-san. Kobayashi.
That last name sounded familiar. Ellie politely took her leave of the principal and walked past me, angrily flashing her eyes. Okay, so people are gonna judge me quickly. I like the relationship that Nikolai has with Ellie and all that so far, because personally I think a healthy relationship is based off of good banter and like poking fun at each other. But that's just my personal opinion. Blech. Anyway, so Anokin-kun, do you know why you are here? I've got a couple of theories. The principal sighed and gave me a look of sadness behind his eyes. Anokin-kun, I understand that Japanese culture is alien to you, but here, at this school, we have students of every nationality. We endeavor to bring all of them with the best opportunities. In return, we accept the appropriate respect and adherence to the school rules. Here we go. I thought you ought to understand this, especially considering your situation. What about my situation? Let's not make this personal now. No, what I meant... Embarrassed, he removed his glass and started wiping them away with a special cloth. I wanted to say that we make no distinctions between our students. The rules are the same for everyone. I understand. In that case, you must also understand that you cannot just skip classes for no reason. He put his glasses back on, gave me, and looked hard at me. Speaking of your attendance record. Oh no. I understand. But if you understand, why do you keep skipping? Do you know who our school sponsor is? I shrugged. Kobayashi Corporation. This name does mean something to you, does it not? The company's president himself is the chairman of our school board of trustees. The centuries-old traditions. At that point, I tuned him out, and now I understand. Kobayashi Corporation and Kobayashi Ellie, things are adding up. Interesting. I wondered if she would still be the school queen if she was born into an ordinary family. Yeah, like the family like Iwamura's, for instance. Anokin-kun, what's that smirk for? Did I say something funny? It was to me. I'm very sorry, Kiyama-sensei. This will not happen again. I bowed to the ground. Alright, that's enough. The old man apparently wasn't expecting this degree of repentance from me. I've seen the error of my ways. I promise this will never happen again. Cross my heart, hope to die if I never tell a lie. That's like my favorite thing that I came up with as a kid. Well, that's the important thing. The fact you understand, and avoid the repetition. Alright, go on, or you'll be late for your class. Thank you very much, I'll be going now. Easy clap. I formally took my leave and marched out of his office. So, why didn't you tell me this Ellie-sama of yours is a Kobayashi? There were still a couple of minutes left before the lessons. I did tell you. No, you didn't. You said her grandfather was chairman of the board of trustees. That's if I'm supposed to know who the chairman is. That's the problem. That you never know anything. And why do you ask? I got called into the principal's office just now. For skipping class? What else? At that moment, the bell rang. I like their dynamic too. Like, they have it so like there's someone that's like a foil now for your main character. I like that. Like, that dynamic for like any story. Because you don't need to have it so every character is revolved around someone. You just need them to have like someone to like banter with or like have some sort of conversation. I think that's important. Only now did I remember about Catherine. She sat behind me, so I couldn't watch her continuously. Was she writing anything down? Was I going to grab her notebooks unnoticed anyway? Surprisingly, I was hardly yet at all anxious. Sleep had clarified my thinkings, just that I found the whole situation more intriguing than troubling. Thank God. He's not someone that's like, there's danger around every single corner. I like that. Catherine got up and left the classroom. This was my chance! I slowly approached her desk, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Glanced around. My classmates were all minding their own business. I leaned down, opened notebooks, flipped through the pages. No, the handwriting is completely different. How, but why? Japanese characters. Ano kun. I stood at attention. Caught, exposed, disgrace. Go to your teacher's room with your mirror, print out and bring the printouts for the next lesson. Thank God I'm not in trouble. Okay, that was close. I looked at Iomura. She stared indifferently out the window. Right now, I wanted only one thing, to get out of this classroom as quickly as possible. Hi. Well, should we get going? I can go alone. You didn't even look in my direction. But we were told to go together. I'll manage by myself. Under different circumstances, I would have gladly agreed with her. Listen, I understand and all, but I've already been to the principal's office today, and I do not have a burning desire to go back. As you wish. Iomura shrugged and headed down the door. Headed down the door? Headed to the door. The hallways were unexpectedly deserted. It was as if the students were hiding in anticipation of something. Look. Oh, they look good. Everything just looks good. Also, I love like the eye colors and all that. Like for his eyes are like hazel gold with green tint. I like that tiny amount of detail they put into it. And then like for hers, they're like a deep brown but like a golden hazel. So yeah, Iomura walked in silence. After I defended her the day early, this is how she was acting. You don't need to have someone grovel and be like, hey, thank you, every single minute. The awkward silence desperately demanded the conversation to break it. So, do you have to walk like this often? I couldn't think of anything better to say. She raised her eyes and looked at me in surprise. That was a first. So I did achieve the desired effect after all. Well, of course. I'm the class president. Oh, yeah, right. Sorry. Silence again. It's just that we've never really talked. I didn't even know your first name. Why do you need to? It's only natural. Here, I'm Nikolai. This visibly embarrassed Iomura, who seemed to be hesitating with the answer. In Japanese culture, addressing someone by their first name is a sign of familiarity. This was especially true in our case, but I didn't hold fast to all these conventions. Kagome, he said quietly. What, really? A loud outburst of laughter escaped my lips, spooking several passing girls who steered the wide berth around us. What's so funny? Kagome frowned. Nothing, it's just, you know, it's a weird name. Oh wait, what was that? I didn't read that. No weirder than yours. Why? What's wrong with my name? It's a normal name. Nikolai. Nicholas, if you prefer. Or Nick. You're all the same. She was starting to get worked up, it seemed. Who's we? The Gaijin? The Gaijin? No, the local morons. How rude! Kagome snorted and turned away. Listen, do you have a problem with me? I think it's you who has a problem. Oh, really? And what is it? I'm curious. Who's that new foreigner? I opened my mouth with surprise. Why would she be asking that? Why? You've been staring at her non-stop for the last 2 days. Have you been spying on me? You'd have to be blind not to notice. She responded, unfazed. That's none of your business. Of course it's not. Kagome smirked. But neither is my life any of your business. Why are you crying? You had a point. I'm saving. Because this one actually is one that, like, I don't know the right answer to. Oh no. This is one that I might regret my choice. Okay, I don't want to say I don't know her, that's lying. I don't like lying. Say you used to see each other. That implies bad stuff. Say that she is someone you used to know before. Dormi. Siempre toda mi vida es aquí. Mi vida es tus. We were in a relationship at one point. Kagome's expression was hard to read, and she remained silent. Why did you bring her up anyway? Not every day we see a new student in her class. And such a striking foreigner like that. I'm a foreigner too, you know. She looked me up and down and snickered and said, "Yeah, sure. I knew it. Wrong features for a Japanese. Wrong features for a Japanese. But now I was being denied the title of proper gaijin as well. Are you always like this?" I was starting to lose my temper. We've arrived, wait. We've arrived. Wait here. Hey. I like this dynamic as well, like... just in time, before I could open my mouth. Kagome went into the teacher's room. But before I knew it, she was back with a large pile of papers. Carry it. What? All of it? I couldn't see any way to carry the heap comfortably. What if we each carry half? Didn't you yourself volunteer to come along? No, I didn't. The teachers sent for me, if you recall. Okay. Okay. Give it to me. She looks pretty. I know the song. I started paying attention to music too much. It made my eyes get teary. Eh. Dum, dum, dum. Gome attempted to take all the papers from me at once. Oh no, that won't do either. Which one of us looked more pathetic now? Spurred on a wounded pride, I walked fast to return. I walked fast with the return trip to considerably less time. I dropped the mountain of papers on the teacher's desk with a thud while Kagome took her seat and returned to customary window gazing. Is she in the third row or fourth seat, guys? My bad. It's the fourth seat in the back, maybe the fifth, one of the two. And then gazing wistfully out the window. I think we found the main character. She has fancy hair too. Bam. I'm kidding. I guess no one deserves to be bullied, but man, I couldn't almost understand those punks from yesterday. No, that is a bad way of thinking. Bullying is horrible. Wait, what's up? Judging by the clock, the bell was less than a minute away. Catherine's desk was empty. I turned to Michael, who sat next to her. Oh, this guy. Catherine, the new girl. Did she go somewhere? Don't know. Wasn't really paying attention. Why? Never mind, no reason. Bummed, I sat down at my desk. Could she have noticed that I opened her notebook? Oh wait, Catherine wasn't even in the classroom at that time. Did someone tell her? How long ago did she leave? I'm telling you, I don't know. Are you talking about the new girl? I think she went to see the principal. The classmate overheard our conversation. Thanks. The chair beneath me felt as if it was on fire. That's how badly I wanted to run after her. But to what end? What was I going to tell her? As soon as the bell sounded, my feet seemed to acquire a will of their own. It carried me through the door, then past the teacher, out into the hallway. I turned the corner at a run and stopped. What the hell was I doing? Why all of this? The school had gone silent, frozen still, as though in all of this inescapable might of pure knowledge. I was slowly tiptoeing through the empty halls towards the principal office. If I were to run into one of the teachers now, I'd have to explain myself all over again. On the other hand, it would be no better if I show up to his office by myself. Speaking of which, here it was. I entered ear to door. No sign came from the other side. Or either we were playing a silent game or Catherine was not there. So what next? It was too late to go back to class. I wandered the empty halls and didn't notice how I ended up in the old wing. Our school had been repeatedly rebuilt since it first opened the doors after the war. The new buildings added onto the old ones fell into decay. Inefficient, if you ask me. Why not tear down the old structures first and build the new one in its place? Theoretically, there shouldn't have been anyone in this ring, but I suddenly heard music. A guitar. The sound was coming from what? Judging by the plaque, it was the old music room. Opened the door a crack. Ha! None other than Ellie Kobayashi. I like this song. Of all the people, she was the last one I expected to find here. She was doing a fine job playing. Though the tune was nice, the execution was equally good. Music, at least, was one area that I knew a thing or two about. Ellie herself seemed to be glowing with happiness, looking nothing like the prim princess whom I encountered in the principal's office that morning. Cool. The lyrical digress was, I certainly couldn't let the chance like this slip by. Well, and who do we have here? The guitar went abruptly mute. My applause was only the sound interrupting the silence that had descended onto the place. Ojo-sama, I did not know that you played the guitar too. Many emotions flitted across her face: embarrassment, surprise, annoyance, resentment. You... Please pay no attention to me. Carry on. What are you doing here? I followed a beautiful siren song, and I could never have imagined it'd be you, Ojo-sama. Enough! She blurted out, stood abruptly, and froze, as if not knowing what to do next. Hey, come on, don't take offense. I just didn't realize you played a guitar. Somehow I didn't associate you with this instrument. Now a violin, maybe. I can play violin too. She cut in. Really? That's cool. And why aren't you in class? It's no mystery why I'm skipping. What about yourself? I'm not skipping. We have a break. Alright. I smirked. You don't have to justify yourself to me. I'm not justifying myself. You, on the other hand, should watch your behavior. What were you doing in the principal office this morning? I came from a cup of tea. In any case, it's none of your business. I wasn't trying to be rude. That's just exactly how it came out. Actually, it is my business, seeing as my grandfather. I'm aware. She gave me a surprised look. What? Is it a secret? No, of course not. Even if you are? Suddenly we heard voices in the hallway. Hide! Ellie whispered anxiously. Why? It's break for you. and I'm used to it, I said sardonically, albeit in a low voice. She didn't answer, but she looked at me bleeding. She must have had her reasons. I mean, hide, right? I'd hide. Very well. Except, I don't see where we could hide here. In here! She grabbed my hand and dragged me into a small door, which I initially missed initially. The door opened into a cramped utility closet. What, just like this? I hesitated. The closet was definitely not roomy enough for 2 people. Get in already! However, she clearly thought otherwise, because the next thing I knew, she literally shoved me inside before stepping in herself. Great. We were now packed in like sardines, and this place reeked. Yet perceptible around the stench, dampness, moldiness, and dust was a sweet aroma of Ellie's perfume. Killer combination, to say the least. The classroom door opened and several people entered.
I think I heard something. You must have misheard. You must have misheard, Kiyama-sensei.
The principal was talking to one of the teachers.
I'm not hearing things. I may be getting on in years, but I'm still more capable than...
Heavens no, Kiyama-sama, I didn't mean anything of the sort.
Of course, this ramshackle place would have been torn...
Anyhow, this ramshackle place
should have been torn down years ago. A third voice entered the conversation. This ramshackle place, as you called it.
The teacher let out a sigh so loud that I heard it from the closet.
I remember arriving here as a young teacher, right after the war, trading in my rival for a pointer. And you could say, chalk taking the place of ammunition.
You would have guessed our principal was so sentimental. I shifted my gaze towards Ellie. She turned red like a boiled lobster. Her breathing became more rapid and irregular. An awkward situation, to be sure. Just because she played the guitar didn't necessarily mean she had lots of experience in the area of, well, you know. I don't know. But who was I to judge? Yes, I'd gone out with Catherine, but they'd gotten somewhat used to her, whereas here was a completely different girl standing next to me. By next, I mean, right up against me. My heart started beating faster and I gulped loudly. Ellie gave a frightened look. I made the face that was supposed to mean quiet. She seemed to understand. Meanwhile, our principal continued to oration. And after all that, you talk of, this is our cultural heritage. It should be turned into a museum. Certainly, Kiyama-sensei. But let's go now. We have a meeting coming up.
Yes, forgive me. I got a bit carried away.
I like the principal. Okay, so if we ever get an option down the line, I think we talk to the principal. Because the principal seems like a level-headed guy. Which probably is gonna end up with me getting stabbed in the back a million times, but I think he's a good guy. The moment that the door closed behind them, Ellie came flying out of the closet. I stepped out after her. I had to say something. It was a bit tight in there. She looked at me dumbfounded. Tight? Tight? You pervert! You groped all over me! I didn't touch you at all! You groped me with your eyes! You don't think I couldn't see it, feel it? Calm down already, will you? How can you grope someone with your eyes? And anyway, yeah, it was your idea to hide in there. Yes, but... Well, that's all there is to it. She looked sad and lowered her gaze. I suppose it's unbefitting for a young lady to behave like this, is it? She smiled sadly. Well, I'm not the best person to give advice on these matters, but what's it worth? I don't think there's anything wrong with playing a guitar. You must enjoy music a lot, huh? Yes. This time her smile was more genuine. Then I don't see a problem. Just then, a distant bell announced that it was break time. Alright, I gotta go. See ya! Her parting smile was utterly disarming. I was left standing alone in an empty music classroom in the old empty room. What a strange girl. This whole musical interlude made me forget entirely the reason why I wound up here in the first place. I'd been looking for Catherine. I had absolutely no desire to go back to class, where I would expect another scolding. Simply skipping class was bad enough, but to have to run out of the classroom right in front of the teacher, no thank you. Did I just skip? Good job. I managed to slip out of the building unnoticed. And here I was, free as the wind, strolling down the sidewalk in one of Tokyo's central districts. I wanted to chill out. This whole day had been a waste. The only thing I had achieved was determining that Catherine had not written yesterday's note. The note. Unpleasant thoughts crept into my head. What if she didn't write it? Who did? What if it wasn't a prank? What was going on? More had happened to me the past day and a half then, over the course of the preceding year and a half. That time, I hadn't really socialized with anyone except maybe Himitsu. I added to that Kyosuke, yeah, and occasionally Michael. But Catherine was back. And there was Kagome and Ellie. What next? Was I going to turn into a magical girl? But, as if by chance, I ended up near a familiar bar. A couple rounds of beer would be absolutely great. You're a senior in high school, you shouldn't be drinking yet. I'd relax, clear my head. The fan. The fan. The dreaded fan. The
inside wasn't crowded, which made sense for the time of day.
People were supposed to be either at work or at school. Like in that joke, the three-story building and the hurricane. Even though I wasn't a stranger here, but I always had a fake passport on the ready. Classmates whose father worked in law enforcement had hooked me up at one point. There were lots of students in our school who had these passes to adult life. How could you prove it? It wasn't unreal. A document was a document, especially when some insolent snot was shoving it in your face. Not to mention that the bar's owner was Russian. Chuckling, he told a few people he used to be a pirate, got shipwrecked off the coast of Japan. That's a tall tale, of course. Most likely he was just some regular immigrant like my parents. I sat down at the corner and ordered a beer. Is that him? Hey, Goila. What's up? You're early today. Yeah, it's just the way it worked out. You're not gonna be in trouble at school, are you? But you know how they're strict about things here. I giggled nervously. Giggled should be laughed. Guys don't giggle. Do you guys giggle? I don't know if that's right. Like, whenever I write and I use the word giggle and it's a guy, it doesn't sound right. Unless it's like for one character in particular I have. In which case, okay, I see. It's none of my business. A good bartender is invariably a good psychologist. It is almost a qualification for the job. Beer at this place was served in pint-sized mugs, which made me very happy. Sorry. I want to know what time. I've been recording. Oh my gosh, it's 11:22. I didn't even realize. Oh, I need to probably. Say hi, chat. Yo. I may or may not have forgotten about streaks. Sorry. I'm just being a real person here. Mooch. Désolé. Alt tab. Squealing with pleasure after downing one tiny glass. One gulp was not my thing. Yuck. Look, I took a large draught. Nicolai, Catherine's back. The bartender raised his eyebrows and asked with an unfeigned surprise, "What are you gonna do now?" At times like these, I wondered if showing empathy to comforters was more than just a professional skill for him. What can I do? She hasn't been overeager to talk. Neither have I. At any rate,
Certainly not going to throw myself at her. And why has she come back? She says because of her mother's work. I suppose that is the case. She wouldn't come back by herself, would she? Most likely not. I'm in a weird spot now. You know how they say life is like a zebra. A black stripe, followed by a white stripe, followed by a black one again, and a white one again. Yep, and then yes. And we both laughed. You know what, Kolya? Don't get down. Kolya. He said encouragingly. You still have your own life ahead, your whole life ahead of you. The two of you will make up 100 times over in the end. If not, you'll find yourself another girl. Look how many of them there are around. The bartender spread his eyes apprehensively from the few schoolgirls nestled at a table furthest corner of the room. Thanks for the comforting words. There's not much besides that anyway. Life is in full swing. And each swing hits you in the head. Geez, did this guy keep a glossary of sayings under the counter? The bar door flung open. A group of young people entered. Immediately recognized them as the punks from the day before. I instinctively buried my face in the bug. Was I scared? So it seemed. They sat at a table and ordered beer and cocktails for the girl. You know them? The bartender asked, quietly leaning in towards me. I wouldn't say I know them, but we've met. I gave them a occasional sidelong glance. I wonder if I should get up and leave. Wouldn't that look cowardly though? Then again, to whom? They hadn't even noticed me. No sooner did I think that than one of the guys got up and walked over to the counter. Hey. Hi, I know you. If you say so. I said calmly as possible without spurring in my glance. I think you don't know who you're dealing with, Gaijin. I'm not dealing with anyone. So it wasn't you who punched my friend in the face yesterday. If it was me, yeah, I deserved it. Really? Then how about we step outside for a little chat? I looked at the bartender. He only shrugged. Some empathy, damn it. Alright, let's step out. What else could I do? Oh god, there's so many. Half a minute later, we were standing in an alley behind the bar. A couple of older guys joined in the school kids. Where did they even come from? Not so tough now, are you? Not so tough now, are you? Said the one I punched yesterday. That'll teach him to stand up for whores. I looked at the girl. Compared to her, Kagome was Mother Teresa. Well, what next? Gonna beat me, are you? 4 against 1? I command some respect. What happened to the code of honor? The Yakuza have one. I sneered at the largest guy among them. You there, you've definitely got a mugshot for a thug. The older ruffian clenched their teeth, their expressions changing. What did you say? Let's get it over with already. Thought flashed in my mind. What if I struck first? That way, at least, I would retain some smidgen of self-respect. I just got decked, didn't I? But I had no time to decide, as a strong blow to my back threw me to the ground. That was low. Their blows hit hard. But they did not go on for long. I crawled up into a ball, covering my head with my hands. It hurt. By the time I recovered my senses, this bastard had vanished without a trace. I got up and slowly felt myself all over. Nothing broken, it seemed. My face was mostly intact as well, except for a black eye. I returned to the bar and sat down in the same seat. I no longer felt like carrying a cordial conversation with the bartender. Although, what could he have done? Stand at my side and fight? Call the police? Nonsense. Hey, there's... He pointed off to his side with his eyes. I turned my head. Just sitting a few feet from me was... Catherine. Didn't even expect it. Out from left field. Well, hi.
guess. I said a little while later after waiting for her to open the conversation. Can't chance that was happening. Hi. Catherine replied indifferently. I don't know what I want. I shifted to a closer seat while she ordered a cocktail for herself. What's with that face? Nothing serious. He wasn't buying it. I fell. Face first onto the concrete. Several times in a row. Yep, got lucky this time. Next time the victory will be mine. Is that so? Said Catherine apathetically. So, are you missing school? I had to start the conversation in the most neutral way possible. Also? He looked at me askance. Askance? Well, it's nothing new to me. I guess it isn't. Guess it isn't. I heard you went to the principal. Maybe I did. What of it? The tone of her voice didn't change, but her eyes flashed. Katya, I don't want to start everything up again. Then don't. Then don't. I'm not. Or was I? Just put yourself in my shoes. How would you be reacting? Wouldn't you be asking the same questions? What questions? Fine, I understand you're here because of your mother's work, but this particular school, why? What? Am I getting in your way? Catherine was sipping her cocktail with an expression of absolute indifference. No, of course not. It's just, I think about how we parted back then. It's all in the past. You don't really need to think that I've chosen a different school or changed my path in any way just because of you, do you? Why would I do that? Simply to avoid running into you an extra time? It's not what I was thinking. She was right, actually. I had no comeback. But she was right only if she didn't feel anything towards me right now. Everything pointed towards this being the case, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. She could be so cruel. So, everything alright? Pained expression covered on face. Of course. Then, can we remain friends? A barely perceptible smirk appeared on Catherine's face. Do you want us to? Why not? The past is past. We have to move on. Go on living. You sound like someone with PTSD. That's when I started getting worked up. It's all in the past for me as well, if that's what you mean. Is it? Good. Great. I turned away, pretending to study the menu. Was I ought to get up and leave? That would be it. I'd forgotten all about her for certain. Damn it. Was I really still hoping for something? Each time Catherine hurt me more and more, but this mindless knot I kept slamming against the glass as if they proved something to someone. In the course of a year and a half, I'd become accustomed to living with the memories of her that now, when she's so close, I simply couldn't let go of her. These memories seemed like my only hope, the only thing holding me back from doing something foolish and fatal. Was I thinking of something specific? Unlikely. But I was hoping, naturally. I see you're not wasting any time. Catherine gave me a surprised look. Nothing was worse than indifference. Better if she got mad at me. I snatched a cocktail out of her hands and said snidely, Getting an early start, are we? Raised my glass to my mouth and heard Catherine's indifferent voice somewhere in the background. Non-alcoholic. It really was. Sorry. I set the glass back down on the counter. You, on the other hand, have kept to your habits, I see. What do you mean? Her eyes shot over the empty beer mug, which I tried to move as far away as possible. Gosh darn bartender. It's been a rough day. Yeah? How so? Are you really interested? Just keeping up the conversation. Or would you rather I ignored you? I sighed and answered. I was called into the principal's office. Yep, same reason as always, missing school. Well, you know me. There was a curious episode with a certain Oju-sama. Your new girlfriend? Are you mocking me? No, just keeping up the conversation. I told you. If I'm disturbing you, I can leave. I don't have a girlfriend. Nor have I ever. I see. And how's Himitsu's doing? If you're so interested, you can could visit and ask. I don't believe you've had a falling out with her. Perhaps I will go see her. Catherine responded vaguely and glanced towards the entrance. Was she about to leave? Something stuck on this inside. I wanted her to stay. Even she was going to mock me. Mitsu's fine. I don't even know what else to tell you. Same as always, basically. Same as always, is she? She drawled. Are you surprised someone can actually treat me normally? Of course not. I'm happy for Himitsu. But I'll definitely visit her if I get the chance. But now I need to go. Her animation looks decent too. I think they saved money by doing CGI and all that. Either that or they did an outstanding job with the animation. She set the unfinished cocktail down on the counter and stood up. Alright, see you at school. Catherine nodded and exited the bar. Dang bro, you took a beating. Don't even start. You said it. Okay. Bartender, 10 out of 10. Best character. How about a drink? On the house. Did he want to make it up to me? No thanks. I think I've had enough for today. I like this game a lot. Like, I left the bar and stretched. As expected, the bruises were aching. If the past couple of days of my life resembled some dumb manga from Kyosuke's collection, my encounters with Catherine were more like a soap opera. A vicious, sticky, dark brew with a beginning, but no end. How long would this go on? In less than a year, I was going to graduate, and then what? My dad's savings weren't gonna last long. I would need a job. Thoughts of higher education didn't cross my mind. But what skills did I possess? Did I want to toil intermittently day after day, like the Japanese? Did I even know a special word in Japanese that death's from overwork? Questions. It was getting late. I'd been wandering aimlessly around the city for a number of hours, occasionally stepping inside stores, or just window shopping. I was killing time, killing yet another day of my life. It was completely dark by the time I arrived at my house. The lights were on inside. I immediately remembered yesterday's notes, and a light shiver traveled down my spine. Now that was ridiculous. An assassin waiting inside a victim house with the lights turned on? Still, logical or not, someone was obviously inside. Himitsu? I'm gonna make sure, yeah, it's still recording. I'm just worried because it's been a long episode and all that, guys. carefully opened the door and saw a woman's shoes in the hallway. Himitsu knew it. I should have guessed right away. Who else had any need of me? I entered carelessly, entering the kitchen. Himitsu was sitting at a set table. She had apparently been waiting for some time. Okay, she's like, your face. Nico-kun, where have you been? I was worried. If a moment ago, I might have been glad to see her. All of that went out the window now. Not another interrogation. What happened? Oh, what happened to you? She jumped from her chair when she noticed my black eye. Nothing serious. I ran into some robbers. Made short work of them, but one of them got me in the eye. Stop talking nonsense. It's not nonsense. Do you want to see the police report? She pouted and calmed down before realizing I was fine. I asked Kyosuke-kun, and he said you weren't present for the last few lessons. So I wasn't. What of it? I snapped back. Nothing, it's just so much has happened lately, I was worried. Why would you worry about me? Did you think I was going to drown myself? No, I didn't. Nothing much has happened anyway. I was about to add, not to you anyway, but I stopped myself at the last second. After all, Mitsu had done nothing at all wrong. Meanwhile, she was looking at me expectantly. I had to tell her something. I debated whether or not to mention Catherine. It's not like it's a secret or anything, right? We didn't do anything objectionable. Still, maybe Himitsu didn't need to know about this? Okay. If we lie, we hurt her. If we tell her, we hurt her. The reason why I'm playing this for so long and all that is that you get more heavily invested in the characters. I'll probably try and break up the episodes and all that. Like... I'm gonna be honest. Say I was with Catherine. I was with Katya. Really now? I was feeling embarrassed about this, like an 8th grader on his first date. Really? Cool. How's Katie-chan? Himitsu replied without skipping a beat, as if reading from a script. I suppose she's fine, but you know how she is. Sometimes you have to drag every word out of her. Himitsu smiled. Alright, sit down and eat. The dinner's cold. Of course you have to have yourself to blame. I was in fact hungry as hell. Say thank you. Wanted to. We ate dinner in silence without talking, without the TV. Without even looking at each other. I could almost feel the charge in the air from the tension. It's one thing for me to stay silent, but why was Himitsu's keeping quiet? Just because I told her about Catherine? After so many years, Himitsu had come to know me so well. So she knew that there were times when it was better to remain silent, and times when it was better to do the opposite. So what was she hoping to achieve now? She knew I wasn't a fan of small talk. But the silence was becoming unbearable. So, how was school? Fine. That's it? Just fine? Nothing happened to Saya-chan? No. Why do you ask? I set down the chopsticks and leaned back in my chair. Probably because you've been quiet the entire dinner. I'm not quiet. I mean, not on purpose. Mitsu got flustered. If it's because of Catherine... No, of course not. Then, what is it? She obviously was working up the courage to continue. These sort of conversations had always been difficult for her. Because I was worried. Did you even check the time? You could have called at least. Called where? Here, she replied in a faltering voice. How was I supposed to know you were here? We weren't living together. At least, last I checked. Maybe that's unfortunate, she mumbled softly, but pretended not to hear it. The conversation had clearly taken a wrong turn. Alright, you know what? I'm very tired. You head home. I'll do the dishes. But I'll see you tomorrow. Mitsu hung her head and stood up from the table. Good night. When the door closed behind me, I breathed a sigh of relief. Right now I needed some time alone. I felt trapped between two fires, or even 3, or 4. An inevitable ring of fire was slowly growing around me, surely, but closing me in. And how am I acting? Sluggish and indifferently, like a decrepit old man who had long since stopped caring about his life. On one hand, there was Catherine, who I simply couldn't get out of my mind. On the other, there was Himitsu, but who clearly wasn't happy to see Catherine back. On another note, my new acquaintances, my non-existent plans for the future, my future itself, shrouded in a thick hazy uncertainty. I stretched out in bed and remembered Ellie. Even if the closet episode had been ripped out of the Taki manga, it had still been a pleasant one. What if Ellie could help with the note somehow? No doubt she had good connections. As for Himitsu and Catherine, come what may, perhaps things would resolve themselves. Thinking of these thoughts, I fell asleep. Did we get a full night's rest? ... That's like my favorite thing to do. I was woken up by the telephone. What time was it? It cost me to make it. It cost me some pains to make it to the phone. Hello. I sounded terribly groggy.
Mr. Lal, you are in great danger. You need to be extremely careful, a voice said in Russian. I was still half awake. I couldn't understand what's going on. What? Who is this? I repeat, be extremely careful. Pay attention to what you're doing, who you talk to, and what you talk about. The voice sounded unnatural. I stood at the speakers, pressed a claw against the receiver. Who is this? What do you want? Was it you who left a note? You've been warned. Beeping. I was really scared. Should I call the police? What would I say? An ordinary school kid don't let no pick up. It all added up to a prank. However, the first thing I did was lock all the doors and unplug the phone. It could be a prank. But then who was the prankster? Michael wouldn't do it. And Kyosuke, it wouldn't even cross his mind. Why did all this start just as Catherine returned to Japan? Even when she didn't write the note. I pulled a blanket over my head. Sleep refused to come, but the fear eventually subsided a bit. I told myself that I would try to sort all of this out tomorrow, with a fresher head. ... 0909. It's the next day. No beeping alarm today. I woke up late. The time was already past noon. The house was quiet. Too quiet, really. I'd missed school again. Oh well, to hell with it. After all, my life is now in balance. Or was it being overly dramatic? Go to school! I walked into the kitchen and stood there in stupor. My head felt heavy, thoughts jumbled together. It's called a hangover. I wanted to sleep a little longer.
say another 10 hours or so. I felt cold water help bring me alive. I looked at myself in the mirror. Oddly enough, the black eye was gone. I checked all the doors and windows, all securely locked. I left them the night before. The foyer had a note from Himitsu. I was worried, blah blah blah. We'll come after school. More blah blah blah. Thank you, but no thank you. Must have been the first time in my 18 years alive that I had faced a situation like this. To move to Japan at an early age, the challenges of adaptation, the deaths of my parents, all these had been so tough, but they seemed more like fate than someone else's malicious actions. This time was different. Something was threatening me directly. Someone was warning, cautioning me, sincerely or not. But who could possibly take such interest in my person? That's when I had an epiphany. It did seem improbable that I could personally attract any notice, but perhaps this was about my parents. They did, after all, immigrate from the USSR to work at Kobayashi Corporation. Besides, the voice on the phone yesterday was Russian, altered, for sure, but clearly unaccented. I didn't know the exact nature of my parents' work, but it could be very well that of the serious sort. A lump formed in my throat. The work that one could get killed for. The most frustrating thing was that I knew nothing about it, except for who was going to relieve me. I had to act fast. I pulled out my dad's old address book and started scanning for numbers of his co-workers. I met a few, some I'd heard of. In any case, anything was better than sitting and waiting. Good afternoon, my name is Nikolai Anokin, and I'll like with the first dozen numbers. Some no longer had their old jobs, others didn't pick up, one person even passed away. I turned the page. There was a number, written in my father's firm even at hand. Underneath the name was Ichinose-san. Ichinose. I'd heard that last name before. Long ringtones. 1, 2. After 10, I was about to hang up when a familiar elderly voice sounded on the other end. Hello? At this point I remembered, this Ichinose used to come visit frequently when I was younger. Ever polite, affable, good-humored, old gentleman. He used to bring me candy and asked whether I had an interest about school and my hobbies. He and my dad would often sit together and jot in stretches of time with an air of importance, through a lot of smoking and conversing together. Good afternoon, my name is Nikolai Anakin, and I... Oh, Nikolai-kun, he interrupted. Long time no see, how are things? Fine. I gave a stock answer. I was supposed to dump everything on him befalling in the last few days. I'm sorry about your parents. The voice on the receiver turned sad. I vaguely recalled seeing Ichinose-san at the funeral. Thank you. Actually, that's why I called. I mean, not literally, of course. For a moment, I remained silent. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Could you please tell me about my father's work? I know he worked on as an engineer, but what did he work on? Did something happen? Why do you suddenly want to know? Now, of all times. To tell the truth, something did happen, but it doesn't matter. Why not? Can't you tell me? Yes, of course. I could, but it's just the reasons I didn't actually trust him. But just because he'd been over to the house a couple times and he had been nice to me? Are you gonna tell me or not? Is it really some kind of secret? Not a secret, no, but it's somewhat complicated. I get that it's complicated, but I'm no longer a child. I spouted back. So what happened? When people came by and asked questions about my father, about his work, I lied. Asked about his work, did they? Ichinose stretched out the words ambiguously. What exactly did they ask? I don't know. I mean, I didn't tell them anything because I didn't know anything myself. How were they asking? What do you mean? Well, what was the tone? Now I was absolutely certain that Ichinose knew far more than he was letting on. What's more, Ichinose seemed apprehensive. Should I be worried? That's for you to know, he replied coldly. If I knew anything, I wouldn't be calling you, right? Nikolai, you shouldn't drag yourself into this. Why? Do you know something? Tell me. This concerns me too, you know? No, this does not, in fact, concern you. And if you lay low, everything will be alright. But that's all I'm going to say. Don't call here again. Shortening tones now. Everything will be alright. Yeah, sure it will. On the other hand, at least I could at least thank him for indirectly confirming his suspicions. This was indeed about my father. I collected my thoughts and tried to remember everything my father had told me about his job. An engineer. What do engineers do? Build stuff, more accurately draw plans. God, what did a 16-year-old kid care about such minutia? What had happened to me was that I received my allowance and that was all at home. Ow. I was certain about one thing. My father had not worked in construction as such. Defense, maybe? Had he worked for the military? What difference did it make? I still didn't know a thing about his actual work. Honestly, the whole thing was someone's sick practical joke. An hour on the clock hand moved to inexorable to 3. I hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Mitsu would arrive soon. The note made that clear. Enough already. She wasn't my mother after all. Of course, as I had that thought, I felt sheepish. Regardless, I absolutely needed to get some fresh air. Back to the bar. 18-year-old drunk. I got you. I decided to go to my favorite bar for lunch. Even if it was the site of yesterday's unfortunate incident. The bell above made a pleasant chiming sound as I entered. None of the handful of patrons present looked my way. Only the bartender gave me the customary smile and waved at me. Hey, Nick. Been seeing you a lot of you lately. Not that I'm not happy after yesterday. I stopped in front of the bar, not knowing what to say. No, my resentment towards him had already passed. After all, people had their own lives and jobs to worry about. Will it be the usual? No, I've come for a lunch. Got it. What would you like? I don't know. Give me a steak, I guess. It shall be done. I like the bartender. Bartender best boy. Bartender managed to imitate the Japanese way of addressing guests to near perfection, but he twisted it in his own particular way, such that he ended up sounding more like an overly gregarious host of a medieval tavern. I sat down at a table and sank into thought. The steak turned out well as expected. The food here is as good as the beer. I was lazily picking at my teeth with a toothpick when the soreness, the pleasant sound of chimes, signaling that we had a new visitor. Standing in the doorway was Michael. He was one person I never expected to see here. Though why not? He noticed me and came to sit at my table. A split second later, the bartender stood by us and placing the menu in front of Michael. A friend of yours, Nikolai? Nicola? He asked in Russian. Hideously drawing out my French name in a French... hideously drawing out my name in a French manner. Something like that. Yes, a classmate, I replied in Japanese. What does the sir desire? I couldn't decide whether I was more irritated or amused by his performance. Just coffee. Right away. I chimed the bartender before taking off. Is school over? It is. And you didn't show up? Yeah, I had some business to take care of, shall we say. I'd known Michael for 2.5 years. He came from the States. His parents had been working in Japan for a while. We hadn't been particularly close, but his seriousness and uncommonly mature attitude towards life commanded a certain respect. I could say he's the opposite of Kyosuke. I take it you don't want to go into details? Not particularly. Some guys at school were bragging about how they thrashed someone yesterday. And? I snarled back, irritated. I couldn't tell with Michael if he was hinting at me or just sharing school gossip. You haven't heard anything about that? No. I see. He kept sipping his coffee, gazing somewhere past me. As uncommunicative as I might be at times, Michael was something else. Did he really feel comfortable at this moment? What's going on at school? The usual. How's Catherine? The question slipped past my tongue of its own accord. I hadn't even thought about her until that moment. Moment set down his cup and stared at me intently. Don't know. We're not acquainted, remember? Alright. Back then we were in different classes. He kept giving me a weird look. What? Is there something between you? Or is there something between the two of you? I bet you've already heard everything from Kyosuke. But I'm asking you at the moment. Okay, yes, there was something. But that was a long time ago. And now? Now there's nothing. I see. Are you curious because the two of you are from the same country? I was wondering, why did she enroll in this particular school? I don't know, you'll have to ask her. By now I was sick of this question. Even if it was typically I was the one posing it to myself. Have you ever thought that there might be a reason behind it? What difference does it make to what I have and haven't thought? You don't know, Catherine. Thinking it's wasted on her. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. This has nothing to do with you. I have bigger things to worry about. Michael kept his voice calm and level the entire time. That was beginning to annoy me. If you didn't actually care, why ask all these questions? Anyway, this is the most pleasant of is not the most pleasant of subjects. Sorry, I didn't realize the two of you still. He coughed pointedly. That it was an unpleasant topic for you. Yet you could have guessed. Imagine that. Felt like tossing some bills on the table and walking out, but I had a few fans as it was. While this behavior was, on a whole, typical of Michael. Did anyone ask about me at school? I hadn't heard anything. I see. How are things with you anyway? Not bad, except I have no free time at all. I'm preparing for college admission. College admission? I stretched the words. And where do you have in mind? Most likely, go back to the States. What, tired of this place? I smirked. Just higher education is better there. Michael calmly responded. His words touched a nerve. Unlike him, I had little choice. Even if I wanted to, the best I could hope for with my grades was a minimum wage job. Our conversation had not gelled from the get-go. Well, I think I'll be heading out. See you tomorrow at school. See you. He said in the same constant tone. I waved goodbye to the bartender and exited. Okay. What if he was the one that was sending me the thing? Because he has perfect marks, I'm sure. So that means his Japanese must look good. Restraint ache. I've been recording for so long. It's 12 o'clock at night. I started at like 8. It's been like 4 hours. I don't know how long I've been recording. I'm just gonna keep drinking. Keep drinking. Yeah, guys, clearly. Like I said, 18-year-old alcoholic. Have I shown you this Gatorade product? It's very, very good. Gatorade. Great product. Had the bar been a courtroom, Michael would have fit the part of prosecutor to the perfection. Stern, cold, dispassionate, operating only with facts. And what would my chances have been then, seeing how I flew off the handle at the drop of a hat? Ooh. Ooh, this is a new background. Look at that. New background. Pretty. I wandered aimlessly around the city, passing street after street and neighborhood after neighborhood. I found myself in a part of the city I hadn't been before. Interesting, Tokyo was. Of course, much larger than my hometown. But back during my childhood, everything looked huge to me. The apartment, the yard, the kindergarten building, the store across the street. So my mind could comfortably draw comparisons between that tiny patch of childhood space and the multi-million megapolis. I suppose I'd always been at ease in the crowd of perpetually rushing strangers. Sometimes I walked in the same direction as they, as though it was lockstep. Other times I walked against the flow. The crowds paid no attention to me, accepting me as one of their own. Thank goodness for that. Perhaps because of this ability of mine, I noticed that someone was following me. Sure, It's often the case that a stranger happens to be going the same way as you. One turn, two, a crossing, no problem. But then, when you're clearly wandering around and someone's following you like a shadow, then you clearly know there's no coincidence. Quickened my pace, crossed Donna Red, turned the alleyway and walked briskly through it. Two possibilities emerged. Either I was being paranoid, or I managed to take them off my tail. I pretended to be checking out a TV behind the window of an electronics store. At least 5 minutes had passed, but the mysterious pursuer did not show up. It occurred to me that I had finally lost my mind. This called for a sedative, or a drink, but I hadn't made it up. I was sure someone had been following me. Who and why? But that was another question. Maybe I relaxed too early. Was it worth checking again? Try to locate him. Do it. Anyway, it couldn't hurt to try. If it was a professional shadowing me, then he wouldn't let me bust him so easily twice in a row. I went to a clothing store, and as quickly as I could, bought a brightly colored windbreaker and a cap, confirming that no one was watching me from the street. I wanted to hide in plain. If you want to hide something, hide in plain sight. This principle applied to a crowd as well. I darted into one of the numerous side streets, threw on a jacket and a hat, checked the shopping bag behind the downspout, and ran into the next street. I stopped around the corner and checked it next to a newsstand, drew the cap lower onto my face, and kept glancing around me. Sure enough, before long, the now familiar figure appeared in the distance. It made sense. He had taken a parallel side street, instead of following on my heels. I made half a turn, hunched my shoulders, and crouched slightly so as to appear shorter. My pursuer looked around frantically, clearly having lost sight of me. Yet he passed right by the newsstands without paying attention to a guy in a flashy windbreaker. I followed him. The man was middle-aged, dressed in an unseasonably warm trench coat, dark pants, and black shoes. He looked like a typical office worker. He stopped in the intersection, looked around, and sighed lightly. I was literally 2 meters behind him. Lost someone? I finally ventured. Huh? He turned sharply and gave me a bewildered stare. No, everything's alright. Just as quickly as the stranger's face took an impassive impression, he was prepared to leave. Why were you following me? Following you? I wasn't following anyone. He regained his composure in a blink of an eye. I was supposed to meet someone here, and it looked like the person's not gonna show up. That person? That someone? Is it me? Young man. He looked up and down and continued coldly. This is the first time I've seen you. Why follow someone you've seen for the first time? I have to go. Oh, I didn't try to stop him. That would have been something else. But damn it, things were going from bad to worse. First the notes, then the calls, then the mysteries of my family's past. Now someone's tailing me. The one thing that had brought relief is that I was still alive. The nervous laugh escaped my lips. The schoolgirls passing had exchanged anxious whispers. Said, enough, it was time to put an end to this. I'd call my grandparents the very next day. A wild night. Ooh. It was already dark when I found myself in front of a music club I occasionally visited to see the young local underground bands. Tokyo in daytime felt warm. As the the evenings were getting increasingly colder. I wrapped myself more tightly in my denim jacket and shivered. The house was some distance from the club. It made sense to go inside to warm up. Inside, there was a sizable crowd. Cigarette smoke hung heavy, and the air was saturated with spicy aromas of beer, sake, whiskey, and goodness knows what else. Frankly, a bender was not on my to-do list tonight for the day, but it was too much to pass by. I got a beer from the bar and squeezed myself closer to the stage. The first band playing was some uncomplicated heavy metal. The Japanese bands playing this were kind of music didn't try to reinvent the wheel. They were content blindly to copy Western masters. So some managed to do this better than others. The present performers managed so-so, which is why the majority of the audience were occupied with anything and everything except listening to the music. The wretched rockers, you couldn't possibly not notice this, gone completely disheartened towards the end, trying to avoid making complete fools of themselves. Then again, who was I to judge? I couldn't play bass even. I couldn't play my bass even at their level. The next band was dressed in 70s styles, a sure sign that they were some old rock band. Rock was to follow, so I went off to wander the club. Although I came here from time to time, I had never made any acquaintances. Usually I stood around myself guzzling beer. It was pointless to expect international stars here. As for the local bands, I cared about them chiefly to the extent they helped me get while away for another boring evening. I recalled how I brought Catherine here. She did not like it in the least. Mitsu, in turn, altogether refused to go to concerts for some reason. A young couple cuddled in the corner. I watched them for a long time, and then suddenly felt revulsion. No, that won't do, I told myself. This night, at least, I was going to relax. I dashed to the bar, downed 3 shots of whiskey, picked up another beer, and headed back into the crowd. This time, at least, far less stood a gate. The old farts had finished playing, and the stage was now occupied by some glam rockers tuning their instruments. Now let's get rocking, I yelled. The guy standing near me glanced my way and said, "We're gonna rock, alright, don't you worry. What are you playing to, or what?" "Sure am." "Then why aren't you on the stage?" "They're all busy tuning." "I don't need any tuning. I'm always tuned." He adjusted his glasses. Why was he wearing them indoors? "See you." With this, the guy disappeared into the dressing room. The lights dimmed, the speakers erupted in fire guitars. "Hi everyone, we are Z Field Z." A familiar voice came over the microphone rafters. Oh, it's her. I knew it! I was gonna say. Standing center stage in a rather unusual outfit was Ellie, guitar in hand. Not just standing by singing, but singing and playing. Now this I was not ready for. I said out loud, but no one could hear me over the thundering music. Yesterday's episode of Old Music and the old music classroom came right back to me. Yeah, had the money driven her bonkers? I could understand a little strumming on the side, but this here, I listened more intently. They did play well, no wonder they had asked to headline. The crowd clearly took to their music too. Hey, cool music. As their first song ended, Ellie shouted, "Thank you," into the mic and surveyed the audience, lingering on me for a second. Did she spot me? Judging by the surprise and a tad bit of embarrassment painted on her face, she did. So what? Did she really expect no one was going to find out about her nighttime metamorphosis from exemplary student and the genteel lady into a queen of Tokyo glam scene? I chuckled. Have you fallen for her? Where did that come from? The weird kid who's playing the keyboard for ZPLC yet was standing next to me again. You were just up on stage. She's going to take some effort. Like, I had no idea. We go to the same school and we sort of know each other. Oh? Is that so? His eyes flashed from behind the sunglasses. What kind of dumb name is that anyway? Zfeel is pronounced Zfeel. Like the anime robot, you know? I looked at him skeptically. Yeah, it's to attract fans. Hey, at least you're blunt about it. If the jam-packed club floor was any indication, Z Feel Z did not lack for fans, at least not at this level. The crowd was getting lively in anticipation for the next song. An instant later, the guy I had been talking to went back on stage behind his instrument. They were playing some kind of ballad. Ellie kept shooting angry glances my way, but of course, I came here so I could distract her. But of course, I came here just so I could distract her from her performance. Be that as it may, she did have a nice voice and played well too. But maybe it was maybe she had a gift. But even so, to get this far with all her obligations and responsibilities as a scion of a scion of a respected family, time is finite after all. I had no obligations, no responsibilities, and yet I learned to play. All I learned to play were 2 or 3 songs from tabs. I suddenly felt the urge to. I felt a surge of respect for Ellie and backed away from the stage, so not to embarrass her further. I backed against a wall where she could not see me. She doesn't do as well without you. Anger imparts strength. What the devil? You're playing right now, as in this very moment. This very moment, it's a solo. This kid was starting to get to me. Yeah, so I went back near the stage. Seeing me, Ellie hit to the strings and the metal clanging rolled the speakers. Her fans and servants were gonna lynch me. Yeah, but the girl quickly recovered and carried on playing as if nothing had happened. That once the song ended and before the next one came, Ellie furtively shook her finger at me from the stage. Now that's just ridiculous. She flipped me off because I caused her to screw up because I walked back. How's this my fault? Was she fixated or what? I made a point of not looking at her, training my attentions on the other members of Zed Fitness. The bassist looked fairly ordinary, almost to a fault. Considering their band style, I would have expected an edgier attire. Nevertheless, he was a better player than I. How long would it have taken for me to be able to play his parts as cleanly as he had done? I couldn't make out the drummer's features behind the equipment, and unfortunately I had already met the keyboardist. It turned out to be the last song. Aw, that was great. That is super great. I was not expecting that. I keep looking at my phone. I'm sorry. Je suis désolé. I have no idea how long I've been playing. Yeah. Maybe they didn't have a very large repertoire, but and what was I going to do next? On one hand, I wanted to talk to Ellie and tell her I liked her music. On the other hand, wouldn't that sound like a trite compliment? She clearly was not happy to see her at her concert. I mean, while I contemplated, the crowd began to disperse, and still Zed Fields had not emerged from the dressing room. They must have left through the back door. Oh well, I didn't have much to say to her anyway. Still, I was grateful to Ellie. Her music had allowed me to escape my problems, if only briefly. The club was almost empty now. I remained frozen in the middle of the dance floor, immersed in my own thoughts. Usually I left before the end of the concert, feeling uplifted rather than waiting for the bitter aftertaste of the fun's conclusion. Aw, rip. Either it had gotten warm outside, or the alcohol was warming me up. Somehow I made it to the house in no time at all. Another note from Himitsu was resting on the doorstep. This time, surely this time she could have let herself in with her key since I hadn't bolted the door from the inside. She could have made dinner and waited for me, as she had done the day before. However, the note made it clear that I couldn't even begin to count on it. What, did she think that I was just simply amusing myself? The note, the mysteries, the man shadowing me. Because I couldn't tell her about all this stuff didn't mean I didn't want to. So I'd gone to a concert. What of it? A man had to enjoy some culture but once in a while. Of course, none of this was Himitsu's fault. I was just weary of her incessant, misplaced worrying. Of late, I felt myself caged up when I was with her more and more often. As children grow, they gain independence, but in my case, Himitsu had essentially replaced my deceased parents, and little had actually changed in my life. But to take it all for granted, did I really feel no gratitude for her? Judging by the note, she was not just upset but also hurt. Perhaps I could at least call her. I didn't need to give any details, just tell her everything was okay. I could of course stop by her place, but it was already late. I reeked of alcohol and the call would suffice of occasion. I dialed the phone number familiar to me since childhood. Almost immediately her voice came over the line. Hello, Nico-kun? Just about what I expected. Hi. Sorry for my disappearance today. Silence on the other end. You're not gonna believe me if I tell you I had things to do, are you? Did you? Did you? I sighed heavily. I am hurt that you're hiding something from me. Even if I am, there are good reasons for it. I'm not hiding anything. The insane laugh was meant to diffuse the situation. You know that I'm always here for you, if anything happens. Okay, I'll see you at school tomorrow. Good night. Good night. We finally said goodnight. Granted, we were drunk, but we said goodnight. I hung up and paused to think. What if I told her everything? I highly doubted that Himitsu could help me in any way, but at least I wouldn't have to shoulder my problems alone. I was gazing at the phone and I was about to head to bed when it rang. Himitsu again? Forgot to say something? Oh. Wait. Yeah, hi? I started automatically. Seriously, who was gonna call me at this hour? Whoever was gonna call me, period. Nikolai-kun. However, I was wrong. The speaker was Ichinose-san. Ichinose-san. I'm listening. Nikolai-kun, I considered for a long time whether to call you. After all, I told you myself this morning to keep out of this business, but I owe your father, you see. And since he's no longer with us, the least I can do is repay the debt to his son. ... I simply did not know what to say. Are you listening to me? Yes, absolutely. I'm all ears. I don't know all that much myself, nor did your father, I suspect. But there is a person. Write this down. No, better, memorize it. The name, Akira Shinji. He used to work on the project your father and me, but he got laid off. He now owns a little restaurant somewhere on the waterfront. Ichinose fell silent for a moment and continued hastily. Nikolai, I don't know if you're in any danger, but please be careful. Ichinose-san, which waterfront exactly? Tokyo has lots. That name's pretty common too. I can't. I have to go. Take care of yourself. He hung up. He was clearly afraid of something. Yes, afraid, yet he called and warned me. And he even gave me a clue. Though Akira Shinji was like Ivan Ivanov or John Smith. For some reason, I felt no fear at that moment. More like reckless excitement and boldness. Probably owing the quantity of alcohol I consumed earlier. Literally, the moment I got off the call, lit with Ichinose, I felt incredibly sleepy. I rarely made it to my bed before crashing. Oh my god. 10, 9, 19, 87. It's been like a week. No, more like 4 days. Oh my gosh. I woke up early, filled with a headache and dry horrors, and the terrible feeling of meaninglessness of existence. Good thing I had aspirin in the med kit, although it was only there. It's the only thing there in the first place. I mean, oof. After washing the pill down with a couple glasses of cold water, I figured that yesterday, it didn't really end too badly. At least today, I didn't slug it in bed all the way to lunch. The memories started to return slowly. Vicious and heavy, they were surfacing in my mind, bringing with themselves an extorting unease. I suddenly felt uncomfortable alone in the giant empty house. I certainly needed to go to school, or at this rate, I'd really get myself expelled. It wasn't about my attendance, of course. I just desperately wanted to be among other people. You want to be among other people? Nikolai, I'm so proud. Oh. I stepped out onto the street. The chilly air immediately drew away the last remains of the hangover. It's still too early for even Himitsu. Oh well, we talked yesterday. It's also early part only applied to me. The life of Tokyo was already in full swing. The clerks, how cool that is. It's so cool. Clad in identical snow white skirts, the grocery stores and all sorts of shops were opening up. The cheerful women were drawingly striking conversations with each other. I was walking down the street enjoying life until the moment I never noticed small things that like these made the world a much more attractive place than I ever thought it to be. Could anything go wrong? I have a wood desk. I'm knocking on it right now because oh my god, he's an idiot. The fear for my own safety, even my own life, made me realize that I wasn't ready to change just yet. Just up and return her to the USSR. No, that's foolish. That's the voice of a drunken That's drunk juvenile radicalism. But what was it supposed to do then? Fight here and now? Or just go with the flow? After all, life is wonderful and I couldn't possibly be senselessly cruel at the same time, could it? The world turned its friendly face to me. My stomach responded with a friendly rumble. To think that to start the morning, even with food, had been making me want to puke. I entered a small restaurant and delightedly ate a bowl of ramen. All my worries faded into the background and hope glimmered in the distance. I was getting worked up all over nothing scary was going on. For a year and a half I was living as in an anabiosis. So now, every little thing seemed like a problem of galactic proportions. Okay, I'm gonna look up what anabiosis is. Because pretty sure I don't know what that means and you don't know what that means. B-I-O-S-I-S. Look up. It is known apparently it's when it's a metabolic state of life entered by an organism in response to like extremes and all that. Okay, so it's like, I guess if something would have really happened to me, for example, I'd received a visit from the police in my house, I'd have surely gotten a heart attack. I just need to calm down, wait it out, and all the troubles would solve themselves. And if not, I'd work on them until they come up. When approaching the school, I was carried along by the crowds of students. I'd spent a good hour and a half in the ramen shop, and it wasn't as early in the morning by then. Japanese, Americans, French, Russians. Sometimes it seemed to me that my school was a bit too international. It's a good thing, though. I didn't feel as alien among them as, for instance, sitting at a narrow counter on a low chair in a typical Japanese snack bar. Several guys shook my hand on the run. Some girls even flashed me a smile. I recalled being in the same class as the girl last year, but I wasn't able to remember her name even if my life depended on it. I was close to saying I was happy, but at the lockers, I ran into Catherine. Hey. You're early? You're early today. She gave me an unexpectedly polite response. Yeah, I skipped yesterday. Can't keep ditching school forever. Decided to get yourself together, really? Catherine looked at me wide-eyed, then frowned. Oh, I see. She had that smile on her lips again. I ignored it and said simply, yeah, you know. So much has happened lately. I may be feeling fine, but I couldn't hide my sullen face, especially not from Catherine. Well, so oh, enough already. What are you staring at me for? You know it all. Emotions changed quickly in Catherine's face. The surprise gave a place to indifference. She lost interest. That's not what I'm... Or maybe that too. I don't want to fight anymore. I just think you have to understand my reaction, put yourself in my shoes or something. What are you talking about? Catherine asked imperturbably. About everything. Don't pretend you don't understand. Don't understand what? I don't even know how to talk to her anymore. Alright, you want me to understand you? I do now. Here we go again. Is that your way of mocking me? Why would I be mocking you? Is that a question I should be asking you? First you come back without a reason, then you transfer to my class and pretend you don't know how it should be. Show at least a morsel of respect. What should I respect you for? I couldn't hear Catherine. I had already forgotten about yesterday's events and mournful contemplation. Or just don't talk to me anymore. I'm tired of degrading myself because of you. Struggling to get some sort of humane treatment from you. It looked like she wasn't ready for this kind of reaction. Make your choice. I turned around and ran up the stairs to the second floor. Oh, hey Nick, where have you been? Kyosuke as carefree as always. Been drinking. I snarled. I see, you're not in a mood. Talk to you later then, he responded sadly. Catherine entered the classroom almost immediately after me. There were still several minutes until the bell, and they dragged on tormentingly slow. It'll be easier during the lesson, it'll be easier, I was consoling myself. Meanwhile, Catherine wasn't paying attention to me at all. No, this was crossing the line now. It had to be stopped. Crooked behavior. Did she fall down riding a bike in that USA of hers? Into the Grand Canyon? The bell finally rang. During the lesson, I was only able to think about Catherine, a burning to point of shudders, the desire to turn around and look at her swelling in my chest. I couldn't manage to distract myself with anything. Yesterday's conversation with Shinose and the mysterious thoughts were hanging over my head as if they were suddenly lost in their meaning. A single thought pulsed in my head. To sort out my relationship with her once and for all. I'd be figuring out if I still love her or not later, but now I needed to what? Oh, God damn it, I can't do this anymore. With a loud thud, I hit my desk with my forehead. Anokin-kun, are you alright? I heard constrained laughs and whispers. Couldn't be better, sensei. Just checking to see if there's anything in my head. Teacher didn't even flinch an eyebrow. He seemed to be working. He'd seen so much working in this school. Perhaps you should go see the doctor. No, I'm telling you I'm fine. Well, do as you will. Just don't interfere with the lesson. After this circus test, I felt better. Strikingly, the planet kept spinning and paid no attention to my problems. The bell to break rang. I was approached by Michael. It seemed he wasn't going to start a conversation, but for some reason he just kept looking at me, attentively top down. Well, what is it? I finally asked. You're not yourself today. Is it because of yesterday? Yesterday? How does he know? I mean the conversation in the cafe. Alright, the cafe. No, it's not that. Everything's fine. Or will be, even if it isn't now. Without turning my head, Catherine walked past us. Without turning her head, Catherine walked past us. I stared at her. I must have made quite a face. I see. Michael. Michael's like, Just imagine it from Michael's point of view. Guys, he's sitting here, Catherine's sitting here, I'm sitting here, and I just go like this. Wham! Catherine's just like... And then Michael's just like... looking, and he knows that the reason why I slammed my head was because she... was sitting behind me being like that, and he's just like... Oh. Okay then. Meanwhile, in front of me is, or like right next to me, it's what's his name? Our buddy. Oh, I need to remember his name. I feel bad now. What do you see? I started to get worked up again. Are all you Americans like this? Like what? Like this, completely disregarding of people, poking your noses into other people's business, senseless, cold, and cruel. I think you're talking about someone in particular right now. God damn it, Michael. I love ya. Gritting my teeth, they must have been audible in the whole class. You know what, Misha? Got it? Yeah. Last thing I needed to question the observation. Don't matter, mind your own. Looked him up and down, and Michael didn't look aside. He's just like... Oh my god. We're falling apart. Then I pushed him away with shoulder and left him in class. Good god, what the hell was I doing? Just lashing out at one of the people who would at least still talk to me. Maybe he wanted to help. Michael Snow Kiosuke. That's who I was. The latter would immediately start to jump around, dolefully wringing his hands. But what good would that make? Cold-hearted. Sometimes it's better to take a cold-hearted look at the situation from the side. I definitely apologized before him, but later. At the moment, I wanted to switch gears and get away from my classes, to be alone, or at least with someone who wouldn't pry into my soul. With Himitsu, for example? Alright. Right, she wouldn't. Although, if she would see my present condition, Himitsu would probably understand. So... Okay, so if we go to the roof, it's gonna be what's her name? And I'm thinking... As much as I'm gonna go to the roof. Because we should not unload our problems on Mitsu. Because sometimes the best thing is talking to someone you don't really know and gaining a friend than it is to, I don't know, talk to people you know and then just load all your problems on them. Or at least in my belief, that is. Go to the roof. No, in the end, it would be foolish to think I could distract myself talking. Because then she'd be upset. And all that. And I don't... Bleh. Bleh. Turned out I was not alone on the roof either. Kagome was sitting on a bench. What a coincidence. Is this her office or what? I see. I snorted and decided to look for a different secluded place. Leaving so soon? She called out to me. I must be interfering. I wanted to be alone. You aren't. Although, do as you wish. Alright, but look out. You might regret that later. I shrugged and approached and sat down next to her. Decided to hit your head against something in silence. I immediately wanted to tell her to F off as well. No. Was waiting for your appraisal. Oh, will you be using a 10-point scale or a 6-point, like in figure skating? Do you like figure skating? Oh, good damn it! I just know. But general erudition. Ever heard of such a thing? And it dawned on me. I realized she didn't care about me, and that made me glad. With everyone else, had some sort of emotional connection. Stronger with some, weaker with others. Himitsu, Catherine, Kiosuke, Michael, even Ichinose. This is what I mean though, like sometimes it's just better to talk to someone you don't even know, because they won't care. And this girl was sitting next to me not giving a damn. Which meant she didn't need anything from me. She wouldn't poke her nose into my business or give me some stupid questions and lectures based off of her own experience and mistakes alone. Although today Kagome was already acting braver than a couple of days ago. So, what happened? You mean... You're an odd one, for sure. But haven't been hitting your head against desks before? Didn't I say I wanted to check if there was any brains inside? What's the verdict? Regrettably negative. That was to be expected. She smiled. Somehow, automatically I did too. But Kagome immediately grew serious again. Seriously though, if this is about Catherine Winters, isn't it? Why would you think that? I'd have to be blind not to notice. Even so, what of it? I think they switched up that these two are opposite. Even so, what of it? It's not the most pleasant topic for me right now. Makes sense. She smirked. You know what? I abruptly stood up and got ready. Alright, sorry. Kagome said placidly. Yeah, they got one off. That sucks. Oh, I'm gonna save real quick and see if that changes it. Blah. Blah 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 blah. I'm just not very good at getting along with people either. What striking, what unexpected frankness. But why either? Of course you wouldn't to be acting like this. How exactly am I acting? She frowned and turned to me. Like that, you know what I mean. Oh no, speak it now. Out now. God, I can't even go to school normally anymore. But why are you even coming here in the first place? Clearly not to study. What about you? Enjoying being a punching bag that much? Shit. Oh no! Oh no. Okay, we're gonna go here. Okay. Where did it get off? Because it went off a while ago. Okay. It got off like right there. Nikolai's here. Okay, so that means okay, so we just said Kagome bit her lip. No wonder she ditched you. Oh! Oh! With you, the only options are to hang, to drown, or to poison yourself. Or to jump off the roof. I made a pointed gesture towards the edge of the roof. You first, Anakin-san. No, please, be my guest, Kagome-san. Now this started resembling a game of where the winner was determined by the patience whose patient would run out with. I had no intention of losing. This roof was too small for the two of us. Oh, so we're that close already? Can be closer. I don't mind. When the meaning of the words got through to Kagome, she blushed, jumped, and quickly headed to the exit, dropping as she left the roof. Asshole. Oh, wonderful. I won. I like her. I like back and forth sort of stuff. I defeated everyone and was completely alone. Makes sense. I was passing Himitsu's class. A familiar voice coming from there. It was Catherine. What was she doing there? I hid behind the door and listened carefully. You idiot! No! Thank God for thin walls in Japanese schools. The last was quite fortunate that Catherine occupied the desk closest to the door. Even if it wasn't in her class. It's Catherine, I knew. The students were walking through the corridor were giving me weird looks. No matter, it couldn't get any worse. Not what you think. Not what you think. I caught the end of the sentence. No, I'm glad you're back. Are you now? Well, if you want to search for hidden implications in every word, I'll leave you to it. That didn't sound like... That didn't look like a conversation between old friends, and After a long separation, I wouldn't expect it. No, actually, that would have been expected. Don't pretend nothing happened. But nothing really happened. And it hasn't been happening for the past year and a half. And even if we were pretending we're good at it, Mitsu wasn't talking very loudly, but suddenly went silent, grasping for air as if it had been a desperate cry. I'm still recording. I'm so happy about that. It's been like 3 hours. Why now of all times? If it was up to me, I would never return to you. How convenient for you. Now leave. When you're needed, you're most needed. And it's not your fault. You come back when you're not needed at all. And it's not your fault. How are we to live now? Tell me. I didn't expect a reaction like this from Himitsu. Well, sure, I know for a while she was no longer an 8-year-old girl I met one day when I still hadn't known a single word of Japanese. In many senses, she was more of an adult than me. But I see someone close to you like that. I guess I just wasn't ready. Yeah, and what should I do? And what should I do, tell me? Why should the world adjust myself? Why in the world should I adjust myself to you, to him, and to the two of you? For you, life is simple. Well, it's simple for you. I couldn't even come and say hi, explain the situation properly, all because of your pride. Pride, you say? Catherine smirked scornfully. More like self-respect. You could use some of yourself acting like like what? Come on, tell me, how am I acting? The way you couldn't. It was weird that none of Himitsu's classmates were paying attention to the two of them. It's getting late and I've been talking for like 3 hours straight, so it's starting to get bad. This certainly didn't look like a friendly conversation. If only he knew the whole truth. Then tell me. I can't, Catherine said quietly. So quietly I almost couldn't hear her. Oh, so that's how it is. And what do you think to do next? You can't just ignore his feelings, can you? What about my feelings? Has anyone ever thought about them? Her feelings? What? Catherine immediately continued. I can't stand being near him. Then don't be. Free us of your presence. It'll be easier for everyone. Don't worry. I will. There's less than a year of school left. Yes, but the whole year. I'm sure you can endure it without breaking apart. You're just... Oh, senpai! One of Himitsu's classmates called to me. I immediately broke into a run. Oh god! Book it! Hope the girls didn't notice me! I ran past a class, almost knocking over 2 students who were too close to dodge me. I jumped back into my desk and tried quickly to catch my breath. But then I had completely forgotten about Michael. And whatever hell that was. I could understand Himitsu worrying about me, about Catherine's return might have affected me, but the tone, those wordings. And what about Catherine herself? I can't stand that being near him. If only he knew the whole truth. Whatever happened between us, I didn't think I had deserved this treatment through my words or actions. You alright, Nick? Yes, everything's fine. I bantered out. Kyosuke gave me, somehow sympathetic look and glanced expressively towards Michael, who had peacefully been reading a book without paying attention to his surroundings. Yeah. You know a lot's happened. I wanted him to understand. Yeah, but still. And here Kyosuke was right. I very slowly stood up and approached Michael. So, nothing worthwhile would come to my head. Sorry I acted like that. It's just that I've been going through a complicated period recently. Closed the book and looked at me coldly. I understand. It's alright. No, I really didn't mean any harm. Just snapped. I'm telling you. I understand. Yeah, that was like Michael. One thing in words, and another in thoughts. Whatever. I certainly was not in the mood to try and prove anything to him. The bell rang. The lesson had been just going for 5 minutes. But Catherine was yet to get back to class. To top it off, her things had disappeared too. I couldn't tell for sure if they were there when I returned. I just didn't pay attention. Finally, the school days had come to an end. I felt the pressing need to talk to Himitsu, but even though I didn't know what to say, and what could I say? With everything that's happened today, I completely forgot about my yesterday's conversation with Ichinose. And he gave me a lead too. Himitsu, Catherine. But what about the note, the call? I had to find out what this was all about, right? It seemed like a decision could impact my life from now on. Go to Himitsu or try and solve the mysteries of my father's past. Honestly, I think the best idea would be going to her, but I don't know if that's right. Like, I don't know if that's the right thing to do, if that makes sense. Also, my hair. Clearly, I'm repping the merch, guys. If you want merch in this group, I'm kidding. No, this is something from Tesseract and all that, which is a running club that I was part of. Oh. It's so stressful. I don't know what's going on. I want to look for answers, but I'm also like, I need to talk to her. Look for answers. I'm gonna regret it. Ultimately, Himitsu wasn't going to disappear. I had more important things to do. I should have talked to her. 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 I left the school and hesitantly stopped at the gates. How many waterfronts did Tokyo have exactly? I didn't really know. I should have clarified this with Ichinose. Although he looked like he wasn't gonna look for Akira himself. Well, just wonderful. Go. I know now whether or not to fetch. Go, I know not whether, and fetch, I know not what. Then the most obvious idea came to my head. I needed information to call the information center. I quickly reached the nearest phone booth and dialed the number. Hello, good afternoon. I'm looking for a man called Akira Shinji. I know he owns a restaurant somewhere on a waterfront. Please wait. I gave them the most masculine voice. We're going for it now. A strident female voice sounded out over the receiver. It took at least 5 minutes, that's many coins, but I finally got a response. Unfortunately, we cannot find anyone with this name. Did Ichinose lie to me? No. That would be too stupid. Are you sure? However, in Tokyo, there are 36 restaurant owners whose surname is Akira. Did he make a... Wait, what? Did he mix up a name of colleague with someone who worked with before? I definitely wasn't ready to believe that. Could you tell me how many of them are located on a waterfront? Or somewhere close? 5 restaurants. Could you please spell out their addresses? Okay. I didn't read that. I should have. All in all, it turned out they were located in different parts of the city. Fortunately or unfortunately, I had nothing else to do today. 3 of the 5 restaurants, no one had heard of Akira Shinji. He could have lied to me, of course. There was no way for me to check. Although, for some reason, it seemed like an ex-scientist wouldn't have owned a relatively upmarket restaurant like a European extreme. And exactly what all 3 places were like. A jumbling in a subway car filled with people. The 4th restaurant was about half an hour away from the last. And that too turned out to be a failure. It was closed for sanitary disposal. The 5th one was located on the waterfront in Tokyo suburb. Just this one. Oh cool, I love the look of this one. I left the station and was plunged into a completely different world. It had been a long time since I got so far away from home. Here, a neat modern brick building mostly gave place to 100 years worth of wooden shacks. The scenery reminded me of my grandmother's village, where I'd been a couple times as a kid. The houses were clinging to each other as if preparing to fight a tsunami coming from the ocean. Judging by the looks, they had already managed before. With mixed results, I never managed to find a single sign or street name or building result. I tried asking people for streets, excuse me, but that was a hopeless cause, because almost every second house was either a restaurant or a shop. And Akira was too common a surname. I fruitlessly began barging into one restaurant after another. Ramen, sushi, ramen, some kind of fish, fish. Well, figures. After all, I was on a waterfront. The strong smell of fresh and not so fresh fish was starting to make me feel nauseous. I bought a can of beer and sat down on a bench to get some air outside. To the east there was the skyline where the ocean met the sky. The first stars had already started to appear, while the mountains on the west were still ablaze, and with the rays of the sunset. This sight was spellbinding. Perhaps I didn't find Akira, but certainly it didn't come here for nothing. The beer was running out, and my soul begged to go get another can. Halt. I seem to been having too much alcohol lately. Set by a precise throw, the can departed to the nearest bin. Small Japanese women with giant bags in their hands on their shoulders were running back and forth around me. Small Japanese men were boistering and pushing big fish-filled carts in front of them. Merry yells, ship honks, and the noise of the loading cranes was all from the port. Languidly sprawled on the beach, I watched this human anthill. Watched hundreds of people carry it by their everyday. Fathers walk past as they paid no attention to me. It was so good not to have to run anywhere. To have to live my life constantly suffocated by the stench of fish. No, I didn't feel superior or better than these simple workers. More like I was different, granted comprehension of wisdom of existence. For a second, a familiar face flashed in the crowd. Or was it just my imagination, and he did some time to get to reality from the world of dreams? No, certainly. That certainly was Kagome. I jumped up and headed after her. Oh, cool. So we found where she lives. Moving forward in the thick flow of people wasn't easy. I was shoved. My feet were stepped on. I was angrily hissed at. Sometimes Kagome would appear several meters in front of me, then disappear behind people's backs. Finally, I jumped out onto a relatively free part of the waterfront, but the girl had vanished into thin air. But I was absolutely certain of it. It wasn't my imagination. It was Kagome who I was chasing. Ooh, cool. The night fully closed in. I was aimlessly wandering the waterfront, all my hope of finding Kagome gone. The streets grew empty. The cold, the salty air blew the ocean. The temperature abruptly fell. It was time to get going back. Okay, I was about to turn around to a station, but out of my corner, caught sight of Kagome, big bags in her hands, appearing on a brightly lit entrance to a shop. Hey! I shouted, but she didn't hear me. It was too far, the noise of the surf didn't help. Hey! I rushed towards her, but in literally a couple seconds, Kagome entered the building. The Gifts of the Sea restaurant. What an original name. The owner's name was written on a sign nearby. Akira Moriyuki. Well, damn me. Was this really the place? I jerked the handle I jerked the door's handle, but it didn't give. It appeared the restaurant was closed today. And what was I to do now? Knock? But whom would I find here? That very Akira? Could it be coincidence? What would Kagome be doing here? There's more questions than answers. The answers lay on the other side of the door. I knocked. Several minutes passed, but no one responded. The insides of the restaurant were dark. The light blinked once in a while. Once on the second floor, the one with the living area, which meant I was heard, unless, of course, it was inhabited by deaf people. I knocked again. Hey! A rough male voice resounded a couple meters from me. I turned my head and saw a policeman who was quickly walking towards me. What are you doing here? What was I doing exactly? Knocking, standing on the door? It wasn't late enough for a lone school student to evoke suspicion of a guardian of the law, which meant someone had called the police. For example, this Akira Moriyuki or Kagome. My plan certainly wouldn't make room for a trip to a police station, and I broke into a run into the direction of the station. No danger of being shot at. A full-body policeman about 50 had no chance of catching up and running me. We can hear my voice. After reaching the station, I stopped to catch my breath. Oh damn, what the hell was that? I could guess that Akira, the shop's owner, was somehow connected with Akira Shinji. But what about Kagome? What did Kagome have to do with it? But I was so tired I wanted to get home as fast as possible. You better freaking call her when you get home. What's her name? After taking a train, I immediately fell asleep only by some miracle didn't miss my stop. There was a note under my door. I strained, bent down, and grasped it and read, "Nuka-kun, you've disappeared again. Do you not want to talk to me? I was worrying about you, you know? What's going on with you lately? Call me, H." You better freaking call her. I let out a heavy sigh, opened the door with my key, stumbled into the hallway, and sprawled onto the floor. I'm done with adventures for today, I said into the nothingness, crawled into the living room without even taking my shoes off. The same images were surfacing in my head. Kagome's frowny face in the school, her silhouette vanishing into the crowd at the waterfront, her distant figure disappearing behind the door of the Gifts of the Sea restaurant. I couldn't put the pieces together. These tasks were beyond my understanding. Like in a trashy mystery novel, my life was ensnared by invisible threads weaving themselves together into a deadly web. A strange note and frightening phone calls. My quiet classmate seemed to be connected to my father's work. What next? Was it about to turn out that Himitsu and Catherine were secret agents working for Japan and USA, respectively? The fridge was empty. There wasn't even a bowl of instant ramen in the cupboard. I fiddled Himitsu's note in my hand and read it again. Perhaps it would be better to call her. After all, she was worrying for me. It wasn't even about my hunger. Call. The tone that was written seeming to leave me no choice. I took off the receiver and dialed the number, all the while feeling like a child waiting for punishment from his strict parents. It took a while for the call to get answered. Yes? Hi. Well, hello. Himitsu's voice was cold and emotionless. No! I've read your note here. Sorry, I've been really busy lately. Lots of things to take care of. Connected to my parents. I didn't want to tell her the whole truth, but was tired of lying. Or rather, I didn't have the strength to think of something relatively comprehensible. I didn't know. You could have told me. Mitsu said in an injured voice. I didn't want to upset you. Do you think you aren't upsetting me acting like this? Silence said it all. Did something happen? Your parents. She didn't finish the sentence. No, nothing bad happened. Just an old acquaintance showed up. Silence. Don't worry, it's not about debts or anything of the sort. Nothing bad will happen to me. I wanted to believe that myself. You probably haven't eaten today properly at all. Mitsu asked, ignoring my words. I guess. Alright, wait for me. A couple minutes later, Himitsu was already in the kitchen preparing a dinner. So, will you tell me what happened? Yeah, father just had some unfinished businesses with ex-colleagues, so I'm sorting them out. It's about his work, nothing interesting. I see. Drawled. It looked like she didn't believe me, but it didn't look like she was about to cry. Sorry for not calling yesterday. Can't help it, I guess. I'm not lying, just very tired. Mitsu put several plates and dishes on the table. Aren't you going to eat? No, it's not good enough. It's not good to eat late in the evening. But good for me. Well, walking around starving isn't exactly great either. She smiled for the first time this evening. I picked up the chopsticks and flung myself onto the food. Maybe you're not lying, but you're clearly not telling the whole truth. Huh? I'm so focused on chewing, it seems like someone turned off the sound in the rest of the world. Something is happening with you, and it's not about the Keti-chan. And it hurts that you're hiding something from me. But you can't just keep everything inside. If only you'd had someone to share with. I've got Nolan too. I stopped short. This should be admitting that I don't have anyone closer than her in my life. And perhaps that was true, but sometimes you want the truth, even if it's indeed the truth, to keep far away. You know, I tell you everything, and if I don't, it means there's nothing to tell. I supported the lies with the nicest smile I was capable of. I want to believe you, Mitsu said. Stop lying. Ugh. And anyway, we've got nothing but melancholy around here lately. That's not right. Let's go out somewhere. It's nighttime. Well, I didn't mean now. Tomorrow or on the weekend. Alright. She smiled and stood up. I'll go. Now. Good night. When the door closed behind her, I let out a sigh and uttered one thing after another. After finishing the dinner, I remembered the tiredness, and my whole body immediately seemed to be filled with lead, my eyes closing as if by themselves. Slumber brought me the long-awaited relief. God. It's now the 11th. It's been like 5 days, guys. Oh my god. The morning came suddenly. Yesterday's tiredness seemed to vanish as if by magic, even though I only managed to get 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I delightedly stretched and went to the kitchen. On the table lay a simple breakfast and a note. Nico-kun, you at school. H. Jeez. I made her sad. I did bad, guys. I did bad. I imagined Himitsu's displeased face and couldn't help but smile. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. She had a peculiar way to be upset with me. What if I did something really bad? Would she make me porridge instead of a 3-course meal? On the other hand, it was very sad. But there are more important things to worry about now. Today, I definitely had to talk to Kaomi. I walked down the street, tossing up and catching a ripe red apple Himitsu had left behind. It could just turn out to be my last food until the evening. Thoughtful, I was walking through the schoolyard, suddenly joyful shouts coming from the pools of my reach. Someone clearly was living life merrier than me. Who was it, I wondered. I slowly headed to the fence and hid behind the bushes. Why? Splashing around in the pool was the parallel glass. Oh my god. There's nothing interesting, and I was about to leave for the school building, but my eyes stopped on Ellie. She looked gracious, perhaps even aristocratic, both in school uniform, an informal gown, and in the swimsuit. Gosh dang it. Reflecting from the surface, the flecks of sunlight played on her smoothly. The wet hair fluttered in the wind. The smile so blinding Ellie couldn't but stood out among the rest of the girls. I wonder if the beauty was always complete. Always came complete with the wealth and success. Oh wow, guys! Oh no, I misclicked. I'm kidding. In any case, her life was most certainly simpler than mine. It wasn't even about events of the past several days. Ellie simply didn't have to worry about the future. And what about mine? Yeah, was I going to finish school and work for food? In another life, our positions could have been switched. Although, it could be that in this life too. But, there was her complete opposite, Kagome. Well, Ellie might have had the better looks. I caught myself thinking that I was comparing apples to oranges. Or rather, a girl wrapped in a gigantic puffer jacket and felt boots, with a thick wool handkerchief on her head. TP2, a girl dressed in an evening gown with the professional makeup on her face. Gome. I really didn't have time to admire lustrous sceneries with the beautiful girls. Oh no. The eyes. The eyes. I was about to leave when Ellie suddenly looked right at me and froze for a second. She suddenly cried out and waved her hands at me. The last thing I needed. All of her classmates turned heads in my direction. Now he's going to be known as the school pervert. The pan had it strict. What's next? I'd be lay about, been a hooligan, been a slacker, but never a pervert. Anyway, yeah, that wasn't the best time for reminiscence. I crouched and broke into a run away from the pool, stopping only at the school's entrance. Looked back to see no one in pursuit. I was sure they couldn't see my face among the bushes, which meant that it was too early to crown myself the title of a pervert. But it would take some work yet to be deserved. I had already finished changing my shoes and was about to head to class when a flame resounded behind my back. Hey you! In front of me stood Ellie, her breath heavy, still clad in the swimsuit. When I'd already started to think you were normal, to peek at girls. To be fair, there were guys there too. I decided to play a fool. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hi, by the way. And stop pretending. I've seen you at the pool. At the pool. What would I be doing there? I don't even know how to swim. Well, I do, actually, but not that well. She's like, stop climbing around! She interrupted me and stepped closer. If for some reason you think you'll come out clean, I doubt I'll be cleaner than you. I looked down at her swimsuit. What? For a couple seconds, Ellie was trying to understand what was going on. Then finally it dawned on her. You were... She covered herself with her hands and hid behind a locker. Passerby students had already been casting puzzled gazes at her, but after this move started to circle around us at a respectful distance. So swimming in a swimsuit is okay. Being in front of your guy classmates is okay. And me here. And here. With me, it's not. It just looked like Ellie wasn't listening to me. She kept flinging daggers left and right to like a cornered lion. You know you're not exactly in the right uniform for school, right? It's all your fault! It looked like she started to understand the meaning of my words a little, and even glanced at me from behind the locker. Damn voyeurist! I wasn't peeping on you, I was just passing by. It's my fault our pool's there. It was a really weird place for a pool, actually. Yeah. Why were you watching that? Ellie said, calming down a little. Just daydreaming. It was a bad excuse, but the bottom line was that I was still peeping. Okay, fine, I'm a pervert, happy. Nikolai, a lazy born of the house Anakin, the father of lust, king of the hooligans, do nothings, and future hobos. So a light smile appeared on Ellie's face. You're a strange one. Can't be angry with you properly. Yes, we're good. Is that a compliment? From the outside came a cool wind, and she shivered. So, watch it, I forgive you. But for the first and only time. Ellie ran back to the pool, her head cast down. I wondered how much this incident damaged. I wonder how much did this incident to damage her reputation of queen of the school. Or was she absolutely inviolable? Which would make things worse if someone were to see the queen was in fact naked. I don't even know what they're saying. Giggling, I entered my class. The Ellie event lifted my spirits and distracted me from the running thoughts of the coming conversation with Kagome. Meanwhile, her desk was empty. You're unusually happy this morning. Did something happen? I can't hide anything from Kyosuke. Well, something did. If I were to say I saw Ellie in a swimsuit, he'd probably have a heart attack. Tell him, let him have the heart attack. I want to see the reaction. I want to see the crazy face. But what was it? Nothing important. Keeping your secrets, eh? There's no secret, it just doesn't matter. Sometimes it seems like you're hiding classified information. Really? Why? It doesn't matter. He replied, mocking me. I fucking love Kyosuke. Okay, whatever. Hey, wait, that's all? Yep. What else was there to talk about? I glanced around the class looking for Kagome, but she never came. Catherine wasn't here either. But I was, surprisingly, not too perturbed by her absence. I'll tell you if you win a bet against me. With me. Ooh, Kyosuke's eyes lit up. What's the bet? You have to keep quiet the whole day today. You're always like that. The bell rang, the teacher came into class, followed by Kagome. Oh well, there's a full day ahead. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. The lesson dragged on slowly, especially so because I was time and time again replaying yesterday's events in my head. Kagome saw me. There's no way she didn't. She was most likely the one to call the police. Let's say she had a reason for that, at least from her point of view. But if Kagome and Akira Moriyuki really had nothing to hide, then why would she? It would have been much easier to come out and say they never heard of Shinji. At least That would have been less suspicious. You see, you never brought up the name to her. So she probably thought you were just stalking her on the way home, especially after a conversation at the top of the roof. As soon as the lesson was over, I jumped and rushed to Kagome. I couldn't let her leave. Hey, we need to talk. Kagome pouted and frowned. What about? You made a bad actress. Mitsu could teach her a thing or two. You know what I'm talking about. Don't put up an act, at least not in the class. I don't Okay, as you wish. I don't really care what people think of me. What about you? Kagome's quick glance at her classmates. Kagome cast a quick glance at her classmates, but we hadn't caught their interest yet. Let's go. She nodded towards the door. Ooh. A minute later, we were on the roof. I'm listening. The arms crossed across our chairs, and focused expression on her face left no doubt the reason that. The focused expression on her face left no doubt that she knew what the conversation was going to be about. Her hair beautifully fluttered in the wind. Her figure resembled that of an ancient Japanese warlord intently watching the course of a battle from a hill. Just a couple hours prior, there's no way to compare Milady Ellie to the peasant girl Kagome. But now I wasn't so sure. Well? She finally uttered with impatience. Are we going to just stand here? I woke up with a light stupor and said, can you explain your behavior yesterday? Kagome's face seemed frozen in stone. She resembled a statue. Okay, then I'll talk for you. Yesterday, you got scared by some suspicious guy trying to get into your restaurant when it was closed and you called police, right? Is that something you normally do? But keep this up and your establishment might lose every last client. They come to eat sushi. They end up in a prison van. Who is Akira Moriyuki? Your father? Your uncle? Maybe husband? The father? At the word father, Kagome's cheek flinched. She was completely unable to hide her true feelings. This detached mask was the only solution she knew. Not like it helped much. Father then. I see. Maybe you... wait, what was that? Maybe you even know Akira Shinji? Oh, don't worry so much. I need to talk to him about something. Kagome just kept standing there looking at me intently. In a different situation, her cold glare would make me avert my eyes, but I was all too pumped up. Drop it already. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Kagome answered with a slight strain in her voice. Then it dawned on me. What if it wasn't about this particular Nikolai Anakin? What if she was just scared? Listen, don't think that. I mean, you have nothing to be afraid of. By the looks of it, I showed weakness, and Kagome's expression changed immediately. Afraid of you? You wish. I have no idea what you're holding speeches here about. I just didn't want to have this farce in class. That's why I came with you. Oh? So that's how you talk now. I knew she was lying. And she knew I knew. The only question was if she had the confidence to stand her ground. And what if this seemingly quiet, unsociable girl... What was this seemingly unsociable girl hiding? Okay, if that's all... Kagome headed to the exit, but I appeared in her way. That's not all, Iwamura-san. Please do deign to explain yourself. Or do you have to say you do not live by waterstone? Or do you want to say you do not live in the waterfront in the restaurant called the Gifts of the Sea, and you did not see me there yesterday? Exactly. Her response was unexpectedly calm. We came to a dead end. I couldn't start torturing her now, could I? After you. I made a step back, gestured toward the exit. Kagome quickly, but not too quickly, walked past me without sparing me another glance. One thing was clear. He had something to hide. I was trying to find out what my father was doing in Kobayashi Corporation. You see, my thoughts is she lives in a bad household and all that. With a bad in a bad area, so she just doesn't want to get in trouble and like beat or something. Following Ichinose's lead, looking for the Sakura Shinji. And in my searches, I ran into a classmate of mine, Kagome Iwamura, a shy, at least at first glance, timid girl whose only dream was clearly for people to stop bothering her. Where's the logic in that? Perhaps all of this truly was a wondrous coincidence, and she acted like that because she was scared. I returned to class and was immediately interrogated by Kyosuke-san. Nick, where'd you go with Iwamura? None of your business, I snarled. I had exactly zero desire to make up excuses he would believe. You've chosen an odd target, Casanova. Kyosuke smirked and bumped me with a circle. Bug off. I snapped and he immediately disappeared into thin air. Just like Thanos. We're Thanos, guys. Plot twist. Next lesson started. No, I couldn't believe it. This couldn't just be a coincidence. Kagome was somehow connected to Akira Shinji, or at least knew something I decided to follow her today. The school dragged out painfully slow. During the breaks, I chattered with Kyosuke, yet without letting my eyes off Kagome. I didn't even go to lunch to keep her in sight. Leave me. I'm sorry, I'm dying. Finally, the school day came to its end. The students started to get ready and go home. Oh wait, what was that before? I didn't notice anything suspicious while we were there. I quickly threw my books into a backpack and ran out of the class. The last person I needed to meet now was Himitsu, and she was certainly about to come. She would distract me and hinder me when Kagome would surely slip away. Okay, I hid behind the lamppost on the other side of the street, across from the school gates. The minutes of waiting felt terribly slow, my eyes darting to the clock over and over. According to it, barely any time had passed. I couldn't escape the thought that Kagome knew what was going on and was long on her way home, her tail left behind. At some point, the flow of students started to grow thinner, the last lesson ending a good half hour ago. Quite a girl she turned out to be. I lingered for a couple seconds more and crossed the street. I needed to get back and check something. Something could have held Kagome back. But there she was. Iwamura ducked from behind the gates and headed towards the station, calm step. I virtually froze in my steps, my nerves and muscles strained to the limits, unable to move. I couldn't let her notice me. I made a titanic effort and walked past Kagome, giving her a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, she didn't look at me at all, as always. Well, there's better than nothing. At the moment, I didn't want to think the whole time she'd been watching me, waiting for a mistake. I feel like she was, like, just the entire metagame of this. Oh my gosh, it's 1:30, guys. I've been recording for like 4 hours. No, we're gonna play all the way through. I'm gonna move this stove so that way I have a place to lean. I'm moving my keyboard. Flip. Okay. Alt tab. Make sure we're still recording. Cool. Noise. Why did I even assume Kagome was partaking in these espionage activities of mine? If I was paranoid, it didn't mean I was being watched. The distance between us was growing rapidly, like between 2 cars from school exercise. But this exercise had a common point of destination, the Gift of the Sea restaurant. At least that's what I wanted to believe. Fastest way to get to its district would be through the subway, but it was obvious what station Kagome would use. No matter if I was playing private investigator or if this was a game for 2, she wasn't about to run. Meanwhile, I had no problem with choosing a different route and getting to a station before Kagome. The Tokyo subway warranted a separate dimension. Of course, it didn't look nearly as majestic as the Stalin's Empire style of metro, and that's because the main point of the capital's transporting system was functionality. Stalinist architecture was distinguished by its scale and pomposity. Cool. An enormous number of stations and line changes, hundreds of kilometers of railways, integration with the system of suburban trains, and Himitsu and I got to school on foot, though I didn't use this human anthill that often. I guess somewhere deep inside it scared me, as did everything in Japanese. Starting with the fact that standing in a carriage, I was a good head and a half taller than a majority of people there. But this time around, the crowds of people were actually beneficial to me. It would be harder for Kagome to notice me, even if she were to look. This time I didn't have to wait long. Iruma appeared at the station's entrance right on the clock. Perhaps she really was held back by something in school. I boarded the carriage next to hers. So far, everything was going according to plan. You could have just been like, hey, I'm going with you, and all that. We got off at the exact same station I was on yesterday. Gotcha, now she wouldn't be able to talk her way out of it. The narrow streets were giving place to each other, and it was getting harder and harder not to lose sight of Kagome, considering it was dangerous to get close. A turn, another. I found myself staring at local kids and a line of fish merchants. I stopped and looked around. Igumura was nowhere to be found. For fuck's sake. I swore aloud, causing an array of disapproving askew glances of older women at a stall. How ill-mannered of you. She did the same thing I did! A familiar sigh resounded from behind. It was Kagome. Oh, but it was useless for me to say anything now, so I just waited for her to tell me something. You know, I could just ignore you, Kagome uttered thoughtfully. But you don't look like someone to be worried about, so I'm gonna ask you, but straight. What do you want? She became herself again, the haunted discontent expression back up on her face. How much did this situation change in a mere couple hours? There on the rooftop, I was interrogating her, convincing her of my righteousness. And what now? I was following a schoolgirl, following for quite a while, in Japan no less. If she was going to go to the police, all my problems wouldn't look as important compared to the possibility of harassment lawsuit on my hands. I've told you already. But I put on a brave face on the sorry business. Or do you think I believed you just like that? A slight smile appeared on Kagome's face. Persistent, aren't you? Of course. I've already said everything I wanted. And there went her cold disdain again. Why the performance then? You could have called the police, like yesterday. How do you even notice me so easily? It's a habit. Habit for what? A habit for what? You wouldn't understand. Suddenly she lashed out. I don't get harassed every day. Harassed? Why would anyone harass me? Hey, what are you talking about? I flared up as well, but even noticing that Kagome grew sadder, didn't even think much of it. It doesn't matter. She stomped her foot, and for some reason, it strongly reminded me of Himitsu. If only it was as simple with Kagome as it was with her. We aren't finished. We are. Kagome walked along the waterfront in quick step, clearly yet heading to the gifts of the sea. I was trying not to lose her, lagging a couple meters behind. I'm not going anywhere, as you can see, I shouted, probably louder than I could have. She stopped abruptly, facing from me, and with strain in her voice. What do you want from me? Why can't you just leave me alone? It's my life, isn't it? It's hard enough without you. You have no idea how common people live. What do I have to do with any of it? I'm actually a pretty common guy. Kagome didn't respond. Listen, I understand that it's not easy for you. Those hoodlums in school and all that? Believe me, I'm not to like them at all. I'm not here to bully you. It just so happened that you are likely connected somehow to something that directly concerns me. Kagome didn't respond. Damn it, do you think I'd mess with you if I had a choice? Yeah, it's hard for you. And I'm just here having the time of my life. Oh, whatever, you don't want to talk, fine. I turned around and started quickly for the station. Wait. Gomi's voice, barely discernible behind the sound of sea, reached me. Well? I shoot a short question back at her. You first. Uemura's stumbling, avoiding my eyes. I first what? You first tell me what you need from Akira Moriyuki or Akira Shinji. What's your business with them? At that moment, Kagome didn't worry me at all. So why wouldn't I tell her the truth? Or at least part of it. I recently found out that Akira Shinji worked with my father and one other man at Kobayashi Corporation. I have some questions to ask him. What are those questions? Now Kagome was curious. I don't want to say it's none of your concern, although maybe it is. It's just, I don't want to put you in danger. To be honest, I didn't really give a damn about her. These thoughts evoke such vicious feelings of shame somewhere deep inside me. It's personal information. Oh, so picking my brains for info is okay, but your highness may keep any secrets he pleases from pitiful peasants. No, it's not. That's not what I meant at all. Kagome went back to square one. She was so fixated on her own problems, she exploded each time that anything reminded her of them. Fine. I simply had no other choice. I recently found out that there are many things I don't know about my father's work. Well, I didn't really know anything. I received a strange note. Strange people have been calling me in the middle of the night. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I managed to find an old colleague. He recommended me to look for Akira Shinji, who is supposed to know more. A note? A call? What are you trying to drag me into? I'm not dragging you into anything. Just a minute ago, you knew nothing about any of it, and were perfectly fine. Well, that's a dumb thing to say. I mean, you had nothing to fear. You were not connected to me or my father in any way. Yes, but God, what have I done to deserve this? I am kind of connected to Akira. Both Akiras. I gave Kagome a surprise look. Was it really so simple? She looked like she already said everything she wanted, and was now intently studying the waterfront's pavement. Iwamura-san? Was that too formal? She did, however, respond. Akira Shinji is my father. He really did work in Kobayashi Corporation, but he was laid off and had to help has to help my granddad now, Akira Moriyuki, in the restaurant. And what's a secret about this that you couldn't tell me before? Just because. Kagome scowled. But why do you and your dad have different surnames? Me and my mother broke up when I was little, and I'm living with her under her maiden name, but Mom died recently and moved in with my dad. I'm very sorry. Yeah, sure you are. Uemura grinned. I mean, you're right, I don't know your mother. don't know your father, or even really you. So, but am I supposed to act? How am I supposed to act now? Would you rather I keep silent instead of portraying fake sympathy? It's a proper thing to do. Kagome wasn't ready to agree with anything ever, but she knew I was right there, so she ignored my remark and kept talking. I don't know anything about my father's work, and he's not that old, I'm sure he'd find a job in his field, but no one would hire him, I guessed. She nodded. This is all very strange. Well, thanks to you, Sherlock Holmes. Am I to be your Dr. Watson? She pulled the tips of her hair under her nose, making them look like a mustache. I involuntarily smiled. Well, if you want to be Watson, okay, go on. I'm okay with it. Onwards we go, to the gifts of the sea. No! Kagome responded immediately, returning to her normal disposition. Why not? You have nothing to do there. I will talk to my father and he will tell you everything afterwards. Don't you think this whole thing concerns me a bit too? What do you suppose you will even do there? You don't know anything yourself. Well, that's true, but that's that then. See you. Kagome, wait. I grabbed her by the hand and immediately felt her tremble. What was more unnatural to her? I wondered. Physical contact or being addressed by her first name? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Kagome froze in place, her arms thrown around herself. She seemingly grew smaller. Come on, it's not that bad. You aren't going to leave me alone, are you? She asked quietly. As you can see. Fine. Let's go. Reaching the gifts of the sea took a bit more time than I expected. Probably because yesterday I ran mostly to the station. Did you really have to call the police yesterday? Kagome shrugged. We may have common interest. We may have a common interest, so don't act like that. She raised her head and gave me a surprised look. What do you mean? Act like what? Whatever, forget it. I waved my hand so hard that it directly pushed a cart to passing by. A fat fish flopped onto his side, slid on the pavement, only miraculously didn't hit anyone. God damn it. I ran back into the fat lady in a Camino. The force of the collision pushed me to the side. Maneuvering between people I caught up to the runaway fish, but when I came back to Kagome, the cart was gone. Are you alright in the head? The girl busted out laughing with genuine heartfelt laughter, momentarily forgetting that everything that happened between two of us and anything that could still happen. Embarrassed, I turned away, yet feeling myself flush. Here, for you. I stretched the fish to Kagome. Nice tuna, thanks. She knowingly examined the fish. Don't expect me to cook something out of it. I didn't really. You're a friend for that. What? You've got a friend for that. Catherine? Catherine again? The one with red hair. Does she dye them or something? How do you know about Himitsu? By virtue of not being blind? Well, I guess you must be good at cooking too. Must be. He gave a reply and immediately added, here we are. Ooh, we're back. Today, the restaurant of Kagome's grandfather had turned out to be open and packed with people. Well, I didn't exactly deserve a treat, but I'm hungry. I hope you can at least get some food at your place, if I pay for it. Wait here, I'll talk with my father and come back. Yamura said in a tone impatient and contradictions. Your wish is my command, mistress. Great. I sat down on the border stones, drooling over the smells that reached me from the restaurant's insides. At first glance, Kagome didn't have it that bad. Her grandfather owned a restaurant. Her father held a decently high position in Kobayashi, the corp until recently. Then why was she treated that bad? Even if you can't stand yourself, the social status always helped. She wasn't at the level of spoiled douches from our school, sure, but she also was nowhere near the bottom of society. A penny for your thoughts, young man? Addressing me was a pink-cheeked yet noticeably drunk young, white, short, old man, just waiting for someone here. Ah, girlfriend, eh? A smile on his face grew, seemed to grown wider, with narrow line of his eyes almost completely disappeared. You could say so, a friend in need. Young blood. The man pattered off, humming an old Japanese song under his breath. I caught myself thinking that I reacted quite calmly to him. Probably just currently had other things on my mind. I was already about to go into the gifts of the scene when its door flung open, Kagome running out, clearly agitated. They took father. What? Who took him? She looked at me aghast, her breath wavy. They took father. Who took your father? Took where? Her eyes flashed. Kagome made a step back. It's you. It's all your fault. Hold on a minute. Calm down. Think logically. If it's my fault, why would I put all this act? Calling for the voice of reason was useless. Come on, think about it. I'd be the primary suspect. On top of that, I was threatened too. I wanted to talk. I didn't want to scare you. Sorry. I made a low Japanese bow. How could this? It could be that this happened to your father because of me. I didn't know what reaction to I expected, but Kagome's expression grew softer, although she still looked grim, like Mount Fuji before a storm. Grandpa says 2 decently dressed men came today. I immediately remembered the man who followed me a couple days ago. He asked to talk to Father. Grandpa didn't know what they talked about then. Father left with them. Grandpa said not to worry. But how's that even possible? I took a thought. Kagome was clearly right. To say that there is reason to worry would put it lightly. At that moment, I was completely convinced every event was linked. The note, the call, Ichinose, the kidnapping of Kagome's father, they were hiding something and covering their tracks well. But then why didn't they just kill me? Who would pay attention to the disappearance of an orphan schoolboy? No, there's clearly something important going on. We have to call the police, Kagome said resolutely. If that's how you say, I don't think the police. If it's how you say, I don't think the police will help us any way here. What do you even know? Think for yourself. We're talking about Kobayashi Corporation, understand? They've got the whole of Japan under control. I'm going to call them. You can do whatever you want. I don't know the best option right now, honestly. Like, I've been recording for so long. It's been 4.5 hours, guys. Oh my god. Okay. I don't want to try and stop her. I feel like the police would be the right thing to do. Don't try and stop her. Do nothing. Oh, do whatever you wish. I was absolutely sure a call to the police wouldn't bring any results, but it was simply none of my business. Kagome returned virtually a minute later, infuriated. They said there was nothing strange about it. That father left with those people on his own will. How could they? I told you. What did I tell you? She cast an angry glance at me. Kobayashi Corporation, remember? The wrath of Kagome's face was slowly placing into despair. What do we do now? So now it was us? I really didn't want to focus on her choice of words now. Did your father say anything else? Grandfather say anything else? He's not young, she replied after a long pause. He understands many things wrong, if at all. If not for me and a couple other employees, the restaurant might have long kicked the bucket. Really? It looks thriving from the outside. Kagome smiled sadly. But still, it all started with you. She said in a serious, but not reproachfully. Serious tone, although not reproachfully. You're mistaking the reason for the effect. Whatever is happening right now, it's just consequence of something bigger. Me, you, your father, we're all just pawns in a game. Do you even hear yourself? Pawns in a game. You're talking like, I don't know. I don't want anything to do with it. My life's not sunshine and rainbows already. You may not be directly at fault here, but if only you kept away from us. I was looking at her and couldn't understand why she wasn't crying. If Himitsu were in her place, tears would be flowing like rivers at our first meeting at the station already. Even Catherine wouldn't have managed to hold on for this long. To tell the truth, I could hardly understand how I managed to remain seemingly cold-headed myself. Meanwhile, Kagome, yes, she was angry. She acted irrationally and even foolish, but at the same time, she persistently held her own. It may not have been a direct fight with a looming threat, not an attack with a drawn sword, but this reaction was more kind of silently inviolability of an ancient cliff. Beaten by hurricanes, whipped by winds, it would remain in its place even 1,000 years later, without advances, even a single step put forward without surrendering even a single centimeter. She was used to this life. I simply climbed into her orderly world bringing chaos and destruction. Fine, you're right. I shouldn't have gotten involved into all this. I turned around and was about to leave it, but Kagome stopped me. Oh no, you don't. If you got me involved, you should bear responsibility. Yeah. Do you have something on your mind? I've got an idea. You were talking about Kobayashi Corp, right? That's where we'll need to start. But how are you going to meet me tomorrow in the park across from their office in downtown? And now I need to go to work. How could you even think of such things? Things at such a moment. I was genuinely surprised. What about it? Who will help Grandpa if not for me? Father wasn't much help. He was good in lofty matters and theoretical sciences, but when it came to slicing cabbage... Kagome let out a heavy sigh. Tomorrow, at noon. Yeah. Okay. She disappeared behind the door. Her drunken shouts, Kagome-chan, Kagome-chan. The windows of my house were burned with a dim light. It was about time I changed the bulb. Front door creaked quietly, and a voice came from the kitchen. Nico-kun? Did she have some kind of detector tuned on me, I wondered? We didn't see each other all day. She started as soon as I came in. Yeah, sorry, I saw your note. I had some things to take care of today. At this point, even I could tell how implausible my lie sounded. Come on, dinner's on the table, she said in a user-dictated tone, as if the events of the past week never happened. So, how are you doing? To be honest, I wanted to forget this crazy day. Fine. She didn't even look at me. In a different situation, I would have probably tried to continue the conversation, find out why she was acting like that. But in this case, it was clear. How much could Himitsu go on like this? Well, it was entirely possible I'd be killed before she'd give up. And we agreed to go on a date too. It's very tasty. In reality, I wasn't even paying attention to what I was eating. I'm glad.
She responded as indifferently as before. So I loudly threw the chopsticks down on the table. What? Are you going to keep acting like this? Acting like what? You know. I don't. And then I realized it was just her way of being upset with me. And Himitsu really did have things to be upset about. On the other hand, I didn't have to report my every step to her. I had my own life, my dangerous life sometimes. One she had no reason to be involved in. You know, you're right. I rushed on the table and strolled through the kitchen. Something's happened in the last several days. It's best to tell her now. Nobody knew what could happen next. It was forewarned. It is forearmed. It could be I was the only one in danger, that those close to me were too. And I had nobody closer than Himitsu. He must have noticed. She looked at me unblinking with her big green eyes. Being watched. To be exact, I came into view of some mysterious people or a company. They didn't threaten me directly, but there's reason to believe I'm in danger. Nico-kun. Wait for me to finish. It was hard to look her in the eyes, even though for the first time in a long while I was telling the truth. It's connected to my father's work, or at least I think it is. And well, it's probably not even about me. There's something bigger going on, and I'm just ending up in somebody's way. Nico-kun. Himitsu stubbornly repeated, growing even gloomier. I'll talk to my dad, he'll help. Don't tell anyone about this, I shouted unexpectedly, even to myself. She flinched. You shouldn't, these people, I immediately remembered the fruitless calls to the police. They can do anything. They've got everything bought and paid for. You're going, but how can we... I found a man who worked with my father before. And now he disappeared. He was taken. Because of me, understand? I didn't want to tell about Kagome. I didn't want to drag Himitsu deeper into all of this. You may be in danger too. I'm with you. I'm not afraid of anything. He tried to smile. Are you kidding me? You say you've got nothing in fear with me? How can I protect you if I can't even protect myself? I had to calm down. Sorry, maybe it's not really that serious. Maybe I'm overthinking things. But in any case, don't tell anyone about this, got it? Mitsu nodded. It's important. She wouldn't tell anyone, even on pain of death. Alright, got it. Most importantly, don't worry, I didn't want to scare you. Nico-kun, I'm glad you told me the truth. Himitsu came up and hugged me. Carefully caressed her head, pressed her close. For a moment, I felt a burning desire for everything to be how it was, for my former life to return. How could I ever think it was boring? I just wanted to protect you. Mitsu trembled in my arms, crying. Come on, what is it? It's just... Why does it have to be you? You don't deserve this. Your parents, Kadi-chan. Not this. Catherine. It's been a while since I thought about her. Yeah. I'm having the time of my life. Guess it's just my luck. Can I... Mitsu didn't have time to finish. Interrupted by... the telephone's ringing. In silence, the kitchen, it seemed like a thunder for a coming storm. Still distant, but already inescapable. Need to answer. Nico-kun. He hugged me closer. Don't worry, they wouldn't call me every day. It's a secret organization, not a telephone station, you know. I gently slipped out of Himitsu's embrace and walked down to the hall. Hello? My voice didn't tremble, but I felt myself shrunk inside. Nikolai.
I let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Ryuno's son. It was Hitsuki's son, father. Is my daughter with you? Sometimes I couldn't understand why he's letting Himitsu spend so much time at my place. Surely he could find a better son-in-law. Yes. Should I call her? No. He responded after a short pause. Just tell her to go home. Okay, definitely. I hung up the phone and returned to the kitchen. Your father called. He wants to see you. But I can't. But I can't now. I'm... What? Going to guard me? Don't. I'll be alright. I'll close all the doors for the night. Fine, but tomorrow I'll come early in the morning. Yeah, about tomorrow, I scratched the back of my head and looked away. I've got some things to take care of. I mean, fine, tomorrow I'm meeting with someone who helped me. We're meeting in the middle of the day in the city center. I'll be alright. I'll go with you. God, here you go again. That person is in a difficult situation right now. If we come together, it'll be suspicious. It won't take long. I'll call you as soon as I'm back. Fine. He pouted but conceded. But remember, I'll be waiting. Yes, ma'am. I saluted and smiled. Trouble sleeping from idleness was something my father used to say. When you're so exhausted at the end of a day, there isn't any strength left even to brush your teeth. Insomnia will never is never a problem. Oh gosh. No, I'm invested. Soviet games, please. Take my money. Oh god. You aren't even all the way. Gallery. Oh my gosh. These are all the CGs. That's cool. Okay, so yeah. It's been a long time, guys. I kind of want to see what would happen if I just upload all of it all at once. Yeah. So this game is called Love, Money, Rock and Roll. It's good. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll probably try and see if I can break it up. If not, yeah. The endings. Scene episodes, endings. I love these things. I don't think I've... Oh my god. I was just smiling the entire time. Like, I got too invested. I'm still invested. Oh my god, there's still so much that's gonna happen. We have to go and do the, like, help out with Kagome. We just made it through, oh my gosh. And I think that, like, she wasn't gonna show up in the morning. And, like, oh my god. Wow. That was good. Anyway, yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, leave a like. If you didn't, tell me what I can do better in the next episode when this game comes out fully. Cause I am telling you right now, I'm playing that all the way through. And I'm glad that I did here. I don't know, like, how much I'm gonna, like... I'm happy I played this. I don't know whether or not I'm gonna break this up into episodes. I'm still thinking about that, but like, yeah. I know my voice acting was really bad, but yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, leave a like. If you didn't, tell me what I can do better in the next video. I'll see all of you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching, and remember to be a light and make someone smile today, or tomorrow, or whenever. Yeah. See ya. Yeah.